Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host, Odd Job Entertainment. We've got a number of things to do today. I'm pretty excited for them. Let's switch over to this camera for a minute. I've got to do a little bit of housekeeping so that our friends on Rumble can have at least a similar experience. Here we go. Here we go again. Yeah, it should be working. Not gonna worry too much about it. So, what do we have in store tonight? We've got a special 2-hour broadcast from CIG going over the latest developments with Star Citizen. They've got our favorite developer, Benoit, coming to talk to us, so it should be pretty exciting. Why should you care what I think? Well, I am a senior engineering student studying mechanical engineering, and engineering being one of the hard sciences, it's very logic-based, very product-focused, and so is Benoit. He is an engineer as well. So hopefully I can provide some valuable insight to make this worth your time. I always respect Benoit when he comes out. He always has some very to-the-point delivery, which, it's very refreshing. So hopefully I can provide some value in that for you guys. And then later on, we'll be taking a look at some surgery that we can do to this guy. I love the G502X. I've been a G502 fan forever. It's been my main mouse for many, many years. But there are a few things that could be better, particularly with this one. But we'll go over that when we get to that part of the stream. I'm going to do a quick test just to make sure that chat is properly working. If you are on Twitch or YouTube, go ahead and send me a message. There we go. Thanks, Wills. So we got Wills in chat, and let's see. I got to share that link to Twitch too. Still trying to get the hang of this multi-streaming thing. Pause that guy. Copy. Okay, well, I think I've delayed enough. Let's get right into it. To set some context, 4.0.1, not doing too good. Very buggy, not a very good experience. So hopefully, oh, left the outro playing again. Hopefully, Benoit will have some good news for us, and we'll see some light at the end of this tunnel. It's been a pretty rough time. He shaved his beard again. We're back. They still have the plushie of John Crew down there. I think that's funny. It is a new year. You've got to be kidding me. Okay, let me try and fix this. You can't hear the audio. You can hear me, right? You just can't hear the desktop. Okay. All right, let's every time this Okay, I've got Chrome on track 3. Let's check settings. Make sure that I am outputting track 3. Okay, let's do this. I'll set my mic to a backup on 4 and 1.
And of taking those triumphs and lessons alike for the previous year and using them to chart and improve.
Okay, I played it just a little bit. We good? Okay, all right, I'll start it over. Sorry about that. OBS, man, every turn. Okay, we're good.
Hi there.
Hi there.
We're back.
We are back.
Yes, take a moment and accept that this is my actual face. I apologize to any children and small animals that it may frighten. It's my parents' fault.
Not actually a bad
So I've
looking
got a little
guy.
bit of a speech here before we begin. Let's see if I can get through it without messing up. Probably not. It's a new year, and those that have followed the project for a while can tell you that the first couple months of any year at CIG is a period of examination, of planning, and of taking those triumphs and lessons alike for the previous year and using them to chart an improved and refined way forward for the continuing development of Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So far, so good. And this year, we've set the focus of those efforts early with December's letter from the chairman, where CEO and founder of the company, Chris Roberts, stated his intention to evolve both the existing patch release cadence and the content within for Star Citizen away from the previous new feature-laden model and into a more content-driven and stability-focused endeavor.
So to recap what that was, and if you haven't been on one of my streams before, I do a lot of pausing. So if that bugs you, you're going to have to get used to it. The whole point of doing a react is to add insight to it. Otherwise, it's just a restream and there's no reason for it to exist. Shout out to XQC and others. But the letter to the chairman that he is referring to, it basically talked about decoupling features from content so that hopefully we would be able to get content in game without it being held up by features and vice versa. So a feature wouldn't be implemented into the game until it was thoroughly bug tested and ready for release. So the live environment should have an overall increased level of stability, which is something that we've been asking for a lot for many years, that the live environment is just a playable experience, but we haven't gotten it yet, especially with 4.0.1. So it's kind of felt like a slap in the face where it's like, well, you say stability, but your actions have done something else. So this, in essence, this stream is kind of set up as probably a little bit of damage control, but hopefully it will set some things straight and help us get a clear picture of what to expect going forward.
So, sitting here right now, what the hell does that really mean? Does it mean that we wave a magic wand and it all gets better in a single monthly patch like last week's 401? No, of course not. Does it mean holding patches back for 3, 4, 5 months at a time and with no new content until there's a perfect release? Not quite, because we still need to make new stuff to feed the beast, and as many of you already know, while PTU and Tech Preview have their valuable and essential uses, they will still never reach the concurrency numbers of Live Alpha. And it is all too often the stresses of that high concurrency Live Alpha that ultimately reveal the true underlying sources of problems beneath for a project like this.
Yeah, they always say that it works great in their internal environment,
no matter what,
but then it gets into our hands and it
actually
hurts.
changing this year. So like everything else in Star Citizen, I'm certain this too will continue to expand and mature as we move throughout the year. But in its simplest terms, What this means is pulling engineers and programmers off of a lot of the new fancy feature work they've always been on and putting them on less sexy but more quality of life driven efforts like rebuilding elevators and transit to better work with the realities of server meshing, fixing issues where your hangar eats your ship and your cargo disappears, finally introducing some version of unique item recovery as quickly and as efficiently as we can, and much, much more. It means a greater focus on refining the gameplay that's already there in the persistent universe, and less time spent on continuously introducing the instability of a multitude of brand new features every 3 months or so.
Okay, so he mentioned a few things. Unique item recovery for anyone that doesn't play Star Citizen all the time. That is, in essence, anything you get with real world money or something that is earned outside the game. So if it is something that is in your hangar, be it a referral bonus, something you paid for, or something you earned, such as the Ardor weapons that we got with the Save Stanton Chapter 1 event, those are all unique items. Right now, if you lose them, there's not a good way to get them back. And so it's something that people have been asking for a long time, because if you do pay for a piece of armor, you expect to be able to use it. It's a tricky one to handle in Star Citizen, because how do you give the armor back in a way that doesn't just completely unbalance the game? They've talked about some solutions being like blueprints and whatnot. That was the last that we heard, is that you're going to get a blueprint and then you would be able to craft the item and get it back that way. So that he's bringing it up, maybe they have some different plans, and that could be interesting.
It also means a new content and gameplay delivery schedule.
That Artemis set, yes.
The introduction of new ongoing story narratives for the persistent universe that allow you as players to reshape the galaxy around you, beginning with 401.
Which hopefully is a lot more than just mission text. I love story content.
So what? No more new features? No. It just means that we're going to continue to work on new gameplay like resource network, crafting, and base building in the background, and do it slower, more deliberately, and with more time to cook. It means these new features not coming out as quickly as originally planned, because the same super talented engineers and programmers that used to be working on those will now be focused on fixing what's essentially already there first. And when these new features are ready to do so, they'll go into expanded, dedicated tech preview testing instead of the PU to ensure their functionality and stability. Ultimately, this year is a recommitment to our desire to make Star Citizen a place where everyone can live out their sci-fi dreams, whether they're industrial, commercial, civil, impartial, or controversial, simply about traversal or other people's dispersal, but always universal and hopefully with little to no reversal. And to do so with an ambitious...
He practiced that a lot. You know he's been practicing that one. What is that play I'm thinking of? I am the very model of a model major general something. Oh man. So my new keyboard has a Windows snipping tool built in, but I always accidentally hit that key because it's right next to delete. And the very model of a modern major general. Just gonna play a little bit of this, man. It's getting there. Give him a minute.
I am the very model of a modern major general, life information, vegetable, animal, and mineral. I know the kings of England, and I quote the Pikes historical from Marathon to Waterloo in order categorical.
There you go, Jared Huckabee, ladies and gentlemen. That song, very hard to do. I have a buddy who did. This is the Pirates of Penzance, right? And I'm pretty sure that's the name of the play. I I have a buddy who did a production of this locally. Learning that was hell. So my respects to people who are talented of tongue. I'm not one of those. I was just vibing to the music. Well, yeah, fixing what's already there. Let's go. So how would you guys feel if features came out every 6 months instead of every 3 months, but you got regular content that built on the features that are already there and it worked well? I think that people would be pretty happy. If you think of a game like Destiny 2, right? Every time they do a major content edition, they don't really add a new feature. It's just reorganizing tool sets that are already there and putting some new skins on them. You might have a different seasonal vendor shop, different mechanism to earn vendor currency or seasonal items, but it's all built on the same framework, so it doesn't require new technology to be implemented. Yet that's what most games do, and it never feels like you're really missing out because there's always new stuff to do, right? So you can implement new content without needing new features every time. And that's really what we're talking about. Before you implement a new mechanism into the game, let's get it to a point where it's polished enough that it won't completely break everything. And I have a lot of gameplay loops I can go through, but I mostly just enjoy the merc missions and the cargo hauling. And you know what? That's totally fine. I find that I sit in pretty much 2-3 gameplay loops myself. Star Citizen is planned to be a big enough game that you should be able to do that regardless of who you are.
Monthly patch cadence, focused on content, not features, that we hope brings with it new places to go, new things to do,
Wait.
about traversal or other people's dispersal, but always universal and hopefully with little to no reversal. And to do so with an ambitious monthly patch cadence.
Monthly patch cadence? So new content every month? That could be really good. If we got an event like Fight for Pyro or Save Stanton every month, something to work towards, I think that people would be pretty happy. It all depends on the quality of how it comes out. I think that a lot of work could be done to make the story part of it better. You know, get some voice lines in it, some cutscenes, some visuals going, so it's not just mission text. But I'd be pretty happy with monthly.
Focused on content, not features, that we hope brings with it new places to go, new things to do, and new fixes to the issues that have often hampered the experience in the past. I got cute there for a minute, so I'm just going to explain it again just to be clear. Monthly patches with little to no brand new features causing brand new instabilities, instead full of progressive bug fixes and refactors that will build over time, and with new story-driven content primarily utilizing game systems already in place that will continue developing the stories of Stanton and Pyro and beyond, of factions and sandworms and science run amok and more, including new in-game adventures and discoveries along the way. And that
Jared just talked real dirty to us if you didn't catch that. Monthly patches, all focused on content and getting things working better. That is music to my ears. Let's see if they can pull it off, because that sounds great. That sounds fantastic. It's like that is ASMR that you don't recover from.
That last part is super relevant to you and me and our relationship, and why I'm talking so much right now. Quiet. That's not true. I've never needed a reason to talk this much.
No.
With this next
Jared
evolution of
talks a
Star Citizen
lot.
development meaning a more content-driven in-universe experience, and with big feature work taking a back seat to fixing what's already there and then moving into the public tech preview development environment once it's ready farther down the line, so too must our weekly video offerings change. And to preserve that discovery of new story, to evade spoiling the outcome of new content, and to avoid doing 5 weeks of consecutive shows that all basically say every engineer is working on elevators in transit right now, we're making changes to the weekly ISC and SCL content and cadence. So like
Which
everything
has
else
taken
that
the last
continues to
month
evolve and
off
change
because
as
it
the
is the
year goes
planning
on,
month.
We'll be bringing Inside Star Citizen and Star Citizen Live together on Thursdays. We're going to be adding a new Behind the Ship series and alternating between them as the stories we want to tell each week demands. For instance, last week was BTS Fortune on Tuesday. This week, we're having Chief Technology Officer Benoit Beauséjour, who's sitting patiently to my right here on SEL, for an in-depth chat about 4.0 preview, why it was done and how it helped the project, we used to work, how we're going to work going forward, answer questions about this new focus on stability going forward, and I've even pulled an extensive list of JIRAs that we're going to go over to find out what the heck is really going on with some of these persistent bugs. And then next week, you'll get another BTS show on the upcoming Super Hornet Mark II on Tuesday, and then an ISC on Thursday, where we'll dive deeper into what the content-driven side of this new initiative really means. We're going to recap the story so far and look at how the storylines of the Precision Universe will begin to take shape later this year.
So it sounds, what we used to have then is you would get a ISC on Thursday and then SCL on Friday. And those would be every week. Now it sounds like it's going to be kind of a bi-weekly schedule. So 1 week you'll get an ISC, 1 week you'll get an SCL. That's what I'm getting out of it. Cool. Will says hopefully Galaxy comes out then. Galaxy's never coming out, man. I've had to just bite that bullet and get used to the idea that I'm never going to see it. It takes too many features. They're not going to get it out anytime soon.
We haven't even started yet.
I almost missed my mouth. So like the recent cancel shape later this year.
We haven't even started yet.
I almost missed my mouth.
Have you guys watched Everybody Loves Raymond? His brother Robert has a similar shtick. Dave's Hot Chicken is, it's good.
How's everybody like the sweet potatoes?
Oh, yeah. Hey, you better get them before I eat them all up.
It's a great episode. He touches the food to his chin first and then puts it in his mouth. Comes out later in the episode that it's because Marie, the mom, would always like scoop up the food after he babbled it out as a baby, and so it's like this Freudian slip thing coming out in his adult behavior. Jared Huckabee, everybody.
So like the recent cancellation of the Lunar New Year free flight was done to
He
avoid
thought it was
further
funny.
stabilizing the current Star Citizen experience for our players, this change to our programming will provide a multitude of benefits for our players and developers, allowing us to preserve the full experience of the content work for a proper in-game discovery by you, but just as importantly, letting the devs keep much of their focus, frankly, where we all think it should be, on making Star Citizen and Squadron 42 everything we all want it to be.
The
And with fewer
best dang
distractions by me,
space sim ever.
the guy they've all come to fear and dread whenever I walk over to their desk. Except you. You don't get to escape. You're mine.
That is
Now there will still
that's
be
dark.
videos dedicated to the making of Star Citizen, just fewer than before. There will still be new ships added to the verse.
Wait, I just want to check something.
The guy they've all come to fear and dread whenever I walk over to their desk.
Okay. I think the mouth is just a fold of fabric. I don't think it has an actual hole. So I think the puppet is safe.
You don't get to escape. You're mine. Now there will still be videos dedicated to the making of Star Citizen, just fewer than before. There will still be new ships added to the verse. Most will just use existing gameplay systems to avoid creating instability wherever possible. There will be more patches than ever before, approximately once a month. We're currently counting about 10 over the course of the year, full of bug fixes and new story-driven content, and there's going to be fewer big-ticket features that we're used to in the past being introduced until things are shored up.
Okay.
In short, too late. It's going to be a very interesting year to be certain. And yeah, this is a lot of talk, to which I'm just going to say, yeah, this is a talk show. It's what we do on SCL. The ultimate proof.
I guess we need a do show then.
Efforts will be seen little by little, month after month, over the course of this entire year. And we hope you'll join us and continue to support us on this new adventure towards a more stable universe. So with that, I'm going to take a drink and we'll get started with the show proper. Roll the cue card. The top. I thought about pre-recording it, but I didn't.
Doing it live.
Oh, one take Huckabee. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Star Citizen Live. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. And
Thanks,
if you've never
Jared.
seen Star Citizen Live before, well, this is a really interesting one to start on. This is our special edition of More Stable Universe episode with me and Chief Technology Officer Benoit Beausejour. Benoit, I've been talking too much. Say something.
Hi, everybody.
How you doing, Benoit?
I'm good. I'm good.
So for anyone who doesn't know you, let's start us off, explain who you are and why you're the person that's here talking to us today on this show.
So I'm the Chief Technology Officer, or as the acronym means, Chaos Team Organizer. And so my job is to
Pretty much
now lead the engineers in their development efforts, but also in the development of the Star Engine and also both games, right? To make sure that engineers know what they have to do, that they have the tools to do it, and that they have the right priorities overall based on the two projects.
So this show is going to go a bit longer than normal. We're going to break it into a couple different sections. We're going to talk about a few different aspects of development. And then for the latter half of the show, we are literally going to bring up Jira's on my screen, and we're going to talk to him about all the most pressing bugs. Well, not all of them, but many of the most pressing bugs, and find out what the heck's going on. But before we get to that, I want
Elevators,
to talk about
Vulcan,
how we used to work.
DLSS,
Then talk about this big change
NVIDIA.
that's going into effect this year. So on and so on. So let's start with the old ways. Let's start back at the end of last year with 4.0 and the 4.0 preview.
Crashes.
Over the last 2 months,
Shard lock.
we've seen a lot of opinions online about how that went and why we did things the way that we did. So you tell us, why did we choose, what did we learn from 4.0? 4.0 was in testing for 3 months before it went to preview, and then we left it on for another month and a half. How did this process go?
Well, so during the development of 4.0, there was a lot of new technology coming on, right? So it's a major patch that changes a lot of the fundamentals.
Server meshing,
obviously, throughout the year, we've been developing server meshing. We've done tech previews on server meshing, and so getting to the end of that process, basically exiting the tech preview streams, coming back with the 4.0 content, was a major endeavor to synchronize all that, make sure the new content that was produced fit with the technology, or that it was working. Even results that we got with the 3.24 release, for example, were completely, obscured by the new content, right? And so at the end of the year, we took a decision to split the two releases, right? So
leave 3.24 up.
Correct.
Put 4.0 in a preview.
Correct. Because as we were getting closer to the end of the year, right, and time's running out, what we knew from the integrations is that the patch was not quite ready because we needed more concurrency on it to discover more issues. And we were kind of at the maximum of what our PTU concurrency could actually deliver. And so, but we knew it wasn't ready for a live release because we want to be fair with our assessment of where the patch was at. We knew there was some egregious issues that we have yet to discover. I'll talk a bit later about the fog of war of crashes. And so we decided to go with the lesser of known of the two problems, which was leave 3.24 live for players to enjoy it in a stable release, right? But at the same time, give them access to a 4.0 preview. Now, since we had taken the decisions months ago,
which I think was a great move. splitting them out, doing a 4.0 preview, and having 3.24 stay live for a while, I think that was a great move. It got a lot more concurrency in 4.0 and still had the caveat that, well, we know this isn't ready, and it allowed them to couch it quite a bit.
Ago that the 4.0 patch was going to be a full wipe. That gave us the ability to basically preview the patch, but allowing you guys to keep your persistent progress in the preview as we move up to, at some point, bring 4.0 on the live environment. So overall, I think that was a very difficult decision to do this option for us, but I think it was the best for the project because it allowed us to de-risk a little bit the .0 initial release, which had a lot of issues even during the preview. A lot of the Skeleton Crew teams worked throughout the break to actually document, hotfix some of those issues as well, and help players that got into weird situations, and start the ball rolling for the year with already like important fixes to the underlying technology.
Because 4.0 came out, the preview anyways, it came out just before the end of the year, around Christmas time, and then a lot of the staff were, on holiday from then after, so it was a much smaller crew. As far as I understand, mostly the Americans that didn't have as big of a break that were keeping things running in the interim. So we're now getting to a point where we're expecting people are back in the office working hard, and we've been seeing that the hotfix channel is getting a lot more updates as a result, but that is a big part of why it has felt like it's taking so long, because we can still play the game, but it doesn't mean that there's enough people actually working on it, because they are human too. They do deserve vacations. But it's very frustrating when you're on the outside looking in and you don't have that full breadth of knowledge of how things are progressing.
Follow-up questions to what you just said. You said that the clock was ticking.
Yeah.
What clock? Did 4.0 have to go out before December? That itself is a decision that was questioned by many people, internally and externally. What is this clock you were
A lot of people would have said, wait.
Like our project is different from other game projects in that we need to release the code at some point to be able to move on to bigger projects. And the PTU is a great process for us, but it does have its limits. At some point, we gain nothing from additional PTU builds because things function well at that level of concurrency. And we need way more concurrency to go up. Even when we plan patches, we know at which moments in the PTU we'll have concurrency, and we try to maximize those. For 4.0, we kind of ran out of gas, of like attention. And so we needed to get this additional hump over the edge to get the technology out, bigger concurrency, and the ability to fix it in order to then plan for the release.
So you said...
The counter argument that people would present is that CIG promised 4.0 in 2024, and without fail, it was going to come out, broken or not. And what Benoit is saying is that they needed to get it out because they were not getting enough concurrency testing. I think reality is probably somewhere in the middle still, because I think you would have gotten your increase in concurrency regardless of when you put 4.0 out, and it could have gotten a bit more refinement in the meantime. It's tough to say exactly if that was the best decision, because obviously we live in this reality. We can't see what would have happened otherwise. But I think it's probably a little bit of column A, column B. It did mean a big deal that CIG was able to get something with the 4 out in front of the patch update in 2024. I think the way that they did it with the preview was probably the best way that they could do it. But I don't know that this completely invalidates the claim that many have made online that it was in part at least a marketing push, because I think that there is still some aspect of that to it.
Said things run well. Not everything was running well, but it's what we've said before. It's what I said at the beginning of the show. Sometimes you can't find those underlying problems that are causing it to run less than well until you get that concurrency up.
Correct.
And
So,
that part certainly
to
is
that
true.
end,
The PTU does not get nearly
wouldn't it have
enough
made more sense to just take
compared
324 down
to
and force
the live
everybody into 4.0
population
like
for
we've done
testing.
every other December in the past?
Right, that was our typical decision. Typically, was to just go for it. Right. In this case, I think shows a change of mentality, which is that we're trying to respect our live environment a bit more, and so the decision was taken to just allow players to keep playing 324 as even a fallback or as their primary play environment if they preferred.
And 3.24
while
was
you could
no
jump on
basket of
the
roses
previous
either. It had plenty
then
of its
just
own
see,
issues.
Try the new content out, but then always have your stable experience to go back to.
But realistically,
Yeah, it was not
for
stable.
the next couple of hours, you're going to get a lot of content.
I know, sure.
Who in their right mind was going to log into 324 with 4.0 sitting right there? Like who drives up to Disneyland and with Disneyland right there goes to California Adventure instead? Did we actually, was anything gained by doing this really?
Yeah, overall, throughout the break, right?
I did
during the
find a lot of
4.0
people
preview, there was
still
actually
playing
a fairly
3.24
large contingent of
afterwards.
Players still playing 3.24. Now, it might have been because of some of the issues at launch, right? So they fall back on the 3.24 batch, right? Which was a bit the safety net that we wanted to provide. But you're right. Of course, we were banking on the fact that people would go on the 4.0 preview to give us that concurrency. But at the same time, we wanted to give them an escape hatch.
Sounds a little bit like we were trying to have our cake and eat it too.
A little bit, but I think previously we would have just gone with the 4.0 live at the end of December, which would have been a major issue, and a lot of players wouldn't have been able to play during the break.
Okay. So we made this decision.
Still today, there is still
What did
issues
we
with
gain
server
from,
logins.
over the holidays,
and you might just not be able to get in.
Over the second half of December and all through January until 401. What did we gain from running these two separate environments?
Well, we've been able to actually do a lot of live comparisons of the two workloads, which was very interesting. In fact, obviously the 4.0 preview workload was bigger than the 3.24 one, but we were kind of able to compare both. We did gain the ability to fix early some of the most egregious issues that would have been a real complete disaster otherwise, right? That showed up with the concurrency. I'll talk a bit more about those. Actually, we're going to dive into that quite a bit. And so what we've gained is the ability to provide a test environment that was bigger while allowing players to keep an escape hatch and then compare both builds.
So that's the preview versus 3.24. And I wanted to get that out of the way. But let's go back to just 4.0 itself.
Yeah.
4.0 started testing, I think it was in Evo Cati in October. Went to Wave 1 in November. We left it in Tech Preview over December and in January. That's about 4 months.
Yeah.
That's about 4 months of testing. Did we fix anything?
Oh yeah. We fixed a lot of things.
Here's the thing. I know what the answer is. I'm being a little cheeky with you and everything, but it's
Because they
hard
say
not
they
to
fixed
look
100
at
things,
the
but
community and look at the sentiment, look at YouTube and Twitch and Spectrum and Reddit and everyone else. And
I'm on YouTube and Twitch and Rumble. So you have 3 options to find me.
if you took a real cursory first glance, it looked like, what the F were we doing?
And we're
for 4
all on
months?
the spectrum. I mean, we're all on Spectrum.
What the F were we doing for 4 months, Benoit?
All right. Well, so September, October, November, December, right? So since September, we started the Real Evo Cati in October, correct? Mm-hmm. And so for these 4 months, the majority of the development was aimed at finishing the features to make sure that they were server meshing compatible. So we still had a server meshing playtest at the beginning of October, right? That was the final one before we actually reintegrated the streams. And so then came some realizations. We were very happy with some of the tests that we've done. We've identified all the issues with our server meshing tests. We knew what we had to do. And then we came back to the main line from the 3.24 content, and we started running server meshing in Pyro. And major issues started to show up. When we started the PTU at beginning of October, the first PTU was an absolute disaster.
Yes.
All of the metrics that we had captured in
Nothing
3.24
worked.
And we were like, yeah, these look good. We're completely off the charts with the 4.0 content. Same technology, same code base, but completely new content.
I think he's talking about when they switched to ARM-Q.
We realized that the size of the levels were different. The way the content was created was a bit different, and that had major implications on the streaming and replication systems. And so, if some of you guys were part of the first couple of EvoCaddy builds or large PTUs in October, the network performance was absolutely horrendous because
you would have interaction delays of over a minute.
I do have my notes because we've got a long show to go through, so I'm going to be referring to some of those. But basically, there was a new change in the engine where we tried to optimize some of the way we deal with streaming radius. And streaming radius is a bit of a problem in every game, right? Or it's basically the radius of objects, and you decide what you're going to load based on your viewpoint, which is a typical issue in games, right? For performance reasons. In Star Citizen, it is a much bigger impact because the streaming radius actually affect what your client is going to load in, what the hybrid, which is the replication server in the middle, needs to replicate, and what the game server is going to also have to provide, right, and simulate. And so there was an issue resulting from one of the engine optimizations where, now I'm going to say the final solution, not the how we got there. We had to investigate this for several days to find it. But basically, the way we compound and aggregate objects would actually inflate the bounds of things. And so the new locations in Pyro would actually have a radius of several 100,000 kilometers. And so basically what the result was every game client in Pyro was basically binding a very large part of the environment. And that created the work on the hybrid service, which needs to replicate this data upwards of 15 to 20 megabits per client across. Megabits, yeah, which is
that's a lot of data.
Messaging is substantial. And so obviously in those cases,
he said 12 megabits per person, right? If you have 500 people, that's 6,000 megabits, which would be, I think that's 6 gigabytes or 6 gigabits of data coming through. That is a lot. And I'll be honest, network protocols go right over my head. But I believe that would be the data going in and out of your server, and so that's going to have some major implications for the client side because it has to get that data too. Let's open up Photoshop so we can talk a little bit about some of the concepts he discussed there. I think they are fairly self-evident. Got my Michael Jackson half glove here. And let's switch to screen 2, Photoshop. This is something I worked on for the previous video that was uploaded. Quite happy with it, if I do say so myself, but we don't need it for this. All right, so you've got a player. Let me make sure that this is actually, okay, yeah, okay. Should be good. The player can only see so many things in any given radius, right? If there is a wall right here, then I can't see a player on the other side, right? So if there's a player on the other side, I can't see them, I can't interact with them, they're physically separated. But there are cases that you have to consider where, what if this is a window? Well, now I can see them, but I might not still be able to interact with them because anything like a physics object, a bullet that I send in their direction it's not going to reach them. So you can imagine that it would be advantageous that for the stuff that player A can't see, it's a good way to save resources to just ignore these things and pretend that they don't exist at all from player A's perspective. If they can't interact with them, they might as well not exist. And if they might as well not exist, then we make them literally not exist, and we don't render them, and we don't send the information about those objects to player A. But what he's saying is that because of the way that the Pyro environment was set up, each player was generating a range of detection of 700,000 kilometers, which means that basically, instead of having intelligent cutoffs for, well, I can only interact with things that are like in 1 kilometer radius of myself, and even that would be very generous in a lot of cases. They were, each player was generating a sphere of influence many orders of magnitude greater. So you can imagine if every player was generating this sphere around them that's 700,000 kilometers wide. That's a lot to have to stream in and process. I mean, we're talking maybe someone left a bottle of Cruce Lux here, right? And that has to get streamed in because it's in my sphere of influence, so I should be able to recognize it, see it, interact with it. Well, how many people have been leaving their med gowns in my radius? Right? So every med gown in 700,000 kilometers. That's a lot. That's a lot of data. And so it should be pretty obvious that that was extremely inefficient, which would lead to a lot of the interaction delay that these early test environments saw. They did switch to something called RMQ, which I imagine he's going to talk about in just a second here.
Interaction lag up the wazoo, nothing was functional. And so we lost several amounts of times there, but we learned a couple of lessons which are going to inform some of the changes we'll be doing this year. But so that was the beginning of the 4.0 journey, right? The first build where we were coming in confident from our tests, first PTU, what's going on?
And this was one of the first times that Benoit came out and did this big kind of
correct
explanatory conference like he's doing with us now.
In this case,
was when they came out with RMQ and talked about the issues that came with putting this out at scale.
It's literally scaled up, which caused the streaming problem, right? So that's a quick anecdote. What else we've been doing on starting from there was we've established our player counts for launch, right? So from the testing, we decided to shoot for a 500 player shard with basically a 500 what we call soft cap and 600 player cap, which gives us some flexibility in matchmaking players on and off. That number felt good for several reasons: performance, but also and headroom, but also the kind of the ability for the game itself to support that amount of players. So the amount, I've talked about this before in some of my server meshing reports, but the amount of gateways we have for hangars. How many hangar holes are there around stations, right, for you to be able to get out without a big queue, things like that. With more players right now, the game wouldn't support it properly. So that was we've established those numbers.
And then he said for launch, I assume he means for launch of 4.0, because I think we can all agree that we'd like to see a lot more players populating an environment than just 500.
The latest elements that we've identified,
but that's also
to launch.
Sans dynamic meshing,
bind optimizations before, so that had to be completed. So this was a full, solid month of work to keep optimizing the network bind so that we stopped having these quick stalls. That was a very large one. Another piece of this was the teleport API. Now I know that sounds, what is this magic, right? in a normal game server, teleporting objects is very simple because the server has all the entities in memory, and you're like, just move there. Our teleport API needs to support cross-server teleportation of an object, right? So an object that's in Stanton technically can be teleported through the APIs on another another server in the shard. And so the teleport API had to be kind of finished. There are several systems that use this. For example, common example is if you die and we need to respawn your character, we need to move your player from where he died to where he needs to respawn. And that can be completely anywhere, right? So we don't know what game server will have it. And so in this case, the teleport API had to be kind of finished. So that's part of the work that was done in those 4 months for launch. The other one was the territory configuration. So if you followed the development during the last couple months, we went at some point from the typical small shard of like 2 servers and 400 players, and at some point we exploded the size of the shards. That's because our new territory configuration came into play, and that's how we were able to experiment and come to the final level of the shards that we have now, which is basically we have 5 servers on each side of the star system. So each star system has its own space server. We call it the space server for now. It's just a cool name because they treat the open space and the jump gates. But then after that, every major planet has its own game server that's dedicated to its zone. And so that really
And you'll see that when you play in the game. If you're on Pyro 1 and you quantum travel from 1 to Pyro 2, you're going to cross from the server that handles Pyro 1 into the space server that handles the space in between to the server that handles Pyro 2. So there's 2 transitions there. And that's what it sounds like he's talking about with the territory configuration, was figuring out how far out of a radius can these shards handle, how small do we need to make them, what can we really throw at them.
Really open the shards up, and we were truly now in full server meshing mode. Obviously, a lot of issues came from that, not from the configuration, but from having more servers would have ripple effects on how the entity in the game would actually behave. So we had to touch that. We also identified something that we were not able to finish for 4.0, which was the culling of instance interiors. So, and I'll talk a lot more about hangars later, but basically, when you hear someone in another hangar, that's network instance culling, right? So we'll talk about that in a bit.
Okay.
Now, one of the big fears that we had for 4.0 was that, of course, it's the debut of server meshing. It's a brand new, deployment for the game. It's a lot of technology change, but there's always a subtext that performance is going to get better if we go server meshing, right? And the reality is the initial test showed that it did not. Now, not because of our assumptions were incorrect, but because, as always, when you don't completely drive on the performance, it tends to get worse. And so we mobilized everybody, like the entire company, basically, all the engineers, right? Where we started a series of, I called them Joker card initiatives, right? So several teams during the last push received the Joker card. And what that allows them to do is to cut the red tape. So, for example, the network team had the Joker card. They could request anything from any team and get priority. And that allowed them to really move forward on their changes and their fixes. And so we started a bunch of those Joker card initiatives on performance specifically. And so every single day we would take captures. We would review hundreds and hundreds of captures, identify code parts that needed fixing, and then literally without a big process, right? So we've cut the process down. You talked about JIRAs earlier, right? This part of the process, no JIRA, right? And we just called out, here's a performance hotspot. And then directors from the company, our amazing tech teams and our engineers just jump on those things and go, I know what to do, optimize, next batch, right? And we kept grinding like this to really make sure that we could deliver above 15 to 20 FPS per server, at least, right, to get started. And we want to go even further, but that was kind of our target, was to deliver something where we're no longer dipping under 10 at all, ever, right? And so...
and to that end, I think they have done a really good job. Whenever I check the server FPS, actually, you know what? It's not even something that I really think about anymore. It used to be that you would check server FPS all the time when we had, just Stanton. And, if performance was really bad, it probably meant that you were in the 1 to 10 range. If it was okay, then it was 10 to 20. And then if it was just like John Wick levels of intelligence, it was 20 and above. But it's been pretty consistently high. And I don't think that there has been a scenario since they did these major optimizations with the server FPS that have made me think that my FPS needed to be checked. Well, I say but it's the server. It's the server tick rate. I'm very rarely ever checking server FPS at this point, which is a major, major improvement. So in that aspect, they have really kind of killed it, and I hope people do recognize that.
For example, the AI team discovered through this process that there was a very large navigation mesh generation that was directly on the main thread that cost us 15 to 20, sometimes milliseconds, which is the frame budget's 33, right? And so, but the response from the teams were amazing. They rapidly refactored and optimized.
Okay. Milliseconds. So 1,000 divided by, let's go with that high number, 20. In an ideal scenario, and this isn't possible with current technology, but if you had a server that had the ability to push out 1,000 frames per second, that would be, each frame is 1 millisecond in length. If you have a deficit of 20 milliseconds, that cuts it all the way down to 50. Okay, so cutting out a single millisecond makes a pretty big difference. Let's actually pull up Desmos so that I have a smarter calculator to play with. So even just reducing it by 1 millisecond, you're improving. Oh, I'm doing that backwards, aren't I? That needs to be 20. That needs to be 19. Even just reducing it by 1 millisecond, you gain 2 frames on your server. He said that their frame budget is 33, and that's because they're shooting for a 30 frame target for the server. So if they were having a penalty of 20, that means that they were getting a budget of 53, or a forced budget of 53, which was dropping it down to 18, 19 frames per second. So really not good. Cut that down to 40, you get back up to 25, bring it down to 33, and you get your 30 frames per second. And you can do this math with your main thread on the client side too. If you're getting really poor frames and you pull up that frame graph in the bottom left, you'll often see that the main thread is taking significantly longer than the render thread. The main thread is the one that handles all the physics calculations and all the objects, where the render thread, it mainly just has to make things look pretty. And a big part of that is games still do not take full advantage of the multi-core processors that we have in our systems. So increased parallelization can help a lot, but also optimizations. And so we're probably going to hear him say what sound like pretty marginal gains, because we're talking 1 millisecond here, 2 milliseconds here. But keep in mind that all of this feeds into that server tick rate, and anything you can do to bring that frame budget to a lower amount is going to have significant impacts on the overall experience in the game.
Really key pieces of code to shave on these things that made a very big difference. out of these Joker card initiatives, I'm going to jump into the important ones. Physics is a very big issue for our servers. I've said that before. Not because our physics code is terrible, in fact, it's great, but we demand a lot from it. And we started to look into, well, what's going on here? Why is it costing us so much? And so we really profiled on that side quite a bit together as a team. So one of the things to remember here is that our bugs persist, right? If I
think anybody's going to forget that
they
bugs
persist.
persist.
And so, but what I mean,
If there is anything about Star Citizen, it is that word persistence, right? Long-term persistence, persistent entity streaming, but hey, we've got persistent bugs too.
by that in this case is if I spawn an object, if I spawn an object intersecting with this desk, right? In any other game, when the map reloads, these objects are no longer colliding and we're good.
It's deleted.
In Star Citizen, those things will stay in complete intersection
Crap.
in the database and in the shard and in its persistence forever, right? And the physics code tries to solve this, right? And that's what's costing us performance in big parts, right? And so we started this Joker card initiative that we call the Physics Expensive Event Resolution. And so it's about the physics engine detecting these things, which it already did, but now
That's
raise
Physics Expensive Event Resolution, PEER. PEER.
using it for resolution, saying, I need a solve for this. And so a ship that intersects with a wall or that spawn in a wall, a weapon that falls through the floor and that's stuck in there, right? Debris has been a big one, right? And so we needed a way to solve this. So what the physics expensive event system does is it raises an event for the game, and the game now receives these objects and it says, oh, debris and player ships. Well, I'm going to do something with the debris. I'll either delete it, stow it, transform it, move it, right?
Because the debris is less important,
as we start doing
right?
it, it's actually cleaning up all of these intersections across the shard and basically giving us back this performance step by step. And so one of the very large things that was very egregious in this was actually a bug on the ships where on explosion, some of the components of the ship could stay static in the world throughout the explosion. But, behind the scenes when the ship explodes, we do a whole bunch of things. We replace some meshes with damaged meshes. Some of the elements are physically deformed and move. And we create debris. We literally spawn debris. Now, if those components stay static and we spawn debris, we're creating intersections, debris straight intersection into these components. And so that was a very big part of the problem. We fixed that bug, but we also added a system to basically raise the issues with the debris so that they could be cleaned up automatically. Another one was the AA turret.
So you've seen this if you play Star Citizen. You get these pieces of geometry, whether it's a ship or an object, that is stuck where it is not supposed to be. And how do you fix that? There also used to be, and I think there's even videos of it that you could probably still find. Like you could actually fly your ship through parts of Area 18 and get like all the way to the spaceport by going through a piece of mesh that wasn't fully physicalized. And, in the real world, what you see is what you get, right? Nothing I do to this cup is going to make it go through my hand unless we exact an incredible amount of force, but I'm probably breaking my other hand before that can happen. But in game development, if there's any gap in a mesh, you can get things separating, you can get them pulling apart, and if you can get a piece of geometry around like a gap, you can get things interlocked, and it can be very difficult to get them unstuck. And in a game like Star Citizen, where everything persists, those intersections can create a lot of issues. So basically, they established a hierarchy where the more important thing is going to win out, the less important thing gets deleted. But the problem that he's describing is sometimes those important things, like ship destruction, are the things causing the intersection. So what do you do in that case?
So, as you guys play, you destroy these AA turrets at the key locations, right? And there was a problem with the setup of these AA turrets that when they died, in the same way as a ship when it dies and the components detach, right? The AA turret had an issue in its setup where it would go like this, but overlapping each other. Basically, every time someone killed an AA turret, we add it to the server load forever. And so obviously now that's being evicted completely from the system.
Somebody in chat is like, you can destroy the turrets? Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah, they might destroy you first, but
The AA turrets in Pyro
I don't wanna
are
get too
messing
far
around.
in the weeds. Obviously, all this stuff is super important. I've seen some numbers floating around in some various chats about how many bugs and how many fixes were actually resolved over the course of those 4 months. I asked you to look into the numbers. What were the actual numbers?
So for 4.0, between 3.24.3 and 4.01, the team have fixed 2,900 bugs.
Oh,
in
wow.
total, but that's over 3,300 tasks. So a bug can require a couple of tasks to fix. So in general, that's the number of fixes overall.
I'm going to ask a very candid question because
for it.
2,900 bugs is a very impressive number. But
How much of that does a player
Did we
see?
fix the right ones?
And
did you fix the right ones?
Yeah.
It's obviously those ones were all. Many of those obviously are important. We have a tremendous coterie of directors, all studios around the world who are prioritizing these things, and I'm sure they get us, a couple frames here, or they solve an issue that's going to affect those 10 people over there, and stuff like this. But there are many of our long-term bugs, the things that have just been an albatross around our neck for
A long time.
a long time. And the second half of this program, we're going to get into those one by one.
Right.
So I don't want. So without going into each one of those, because we're going to do that in a few minutes here. Why these 2,900 other bugs, and not just 2 or 3 of the ones that would change the lives of hundreds of people, thousands of people?
Well, so I don't do prioritization, but what I can tell you is that most of those issues are filed, they're called out, and they're raised up, but the complexity of some of them require a specific handling. So, if I've read some stuff over the break where we've hotfixed certain issues, like there was if I remember, a certain exploit that came out for some duping and some people thought it was a beneficial change, even though it was a bug, and we fixed it. And people are like, well, why did you fix
item
it when you could
insurance.
fix something else, right? It's all about capacity to fix. So do we have the right person available for this problem? Some problems require the experts. Our manpower is extremely specialized, and for some of the older systems, it's even worse. I call those the sandworm kind of feature, where basically, I've called them out before, but ATC, ASOP terminal, hangars, and transit are 4 of the systems that are always, I'm just going to do a quick change. Never happens. Never a quick change in those systems, right?
Yeah, those are some of the oldest pieces of old Star Citizen that are still in place, which is why the transit refactor would be such a big deal. Transit refactor applies to all of what he just mentioned. And to address what he said before, a lot of times you're going to go for the low-hanging fruit because it's something that you can do, right? If, let's say, Benoit is the only one that knows how to fix the issue with the elevators, but if he is already tasked with 3 other things that are taking all of his day-to-day time, the elevators aren't going to get fixed. But if you have I'm just going to pull out a name, Johnny Boy. If you have Johnny Boy, who is a more generalist developer, and he sees that item insurance is causing an issue, but it doesn't require that same level of specialization, well, you might as well fix it because you can, right? So it's not necessarily, oh, players were having fun, we need to squash that. It's just, this is something we can fix. It needs to be fixed at some point, and it doesn't require the same level of specialization as some of these more impactful bugs do. So let's just get it done. The alternative is you have them ignore it, and then what is Johnny Boy doing? Right? Much worse than not fixing the issues that we care about would be not fixing any issues at all, right? Idle time is much worse than productive time.
And so,
Yeah, I want to jump in here.
yeah.
Uno Mas in Twitch chat is yelling in all capital letters, "You are the experts."
True.
One of the things that if you watch any of our programs over the years, I've been doing this for a decade here now. Is that not everybody works on everything.
Sure.
Not everything. Kean is great at this, doesn't know crap about that. Paul is wonderful at this. Would be as lost as I would be tackling this other thing. There are a finite number of experts that are available on any one thing, and like we talked the last time you were here.
Yeah, and that is a really important point that I hope people recognize. Like, we're going to be talking about this guy later. This is the G502X. Great mouse, has some issues that make me that drive me absolutely bonkers. From a hardware perspective, I have a pretty good idea of how to fix it. But when it comes to getting in there with the PCB and the firmware that is on that PCB, I do not have a snowball's chance in Daymar of writing a firmware myself that is going to work any kind of well. But I don't need to. There are lots of people online who have written custom firmwares. And so if I wanted to make a custom mouse in the future, then end up with a similar product, I can do that by using the talents of other people. So even though it might seem simple, it's a computer mouse, right? It's a couple buttons. It does require specializations to bring it about that I don't have, and so I rely on other people. Any engineering team is going to be like that. You're going to have people that are better with software. You're going to have people that are electrical engineers, and they're going to know a lot more about circuits than I do. I know some basic stuff, and I can get into trouble with it, but I'm not going to have nearly the breadth of knowledge that a dedicated electrical engineer is going to have. Or a software engineer in any case, right? Mechanical stuff, I'm your guy. But when it comes to those other specialties, having those specialized mindsets is very useful. One that comes up a lot is, and it comes up a lot in memes because, as an engineer, I'll design something, I'll send it to the machinist department, and then the machinist has to tell me, well, this thing you designed can't be made with human tools, right? And you get this rivalry between machinists and engineers. Well, in my education, I've always been taught to respect the machinists because they do have a wealth of knowledge that I will never get because it just comes from decades of experience, working with the mill, with the lathe, with all these great big machines, getting them to do the things that they want them to. It's going to take a level of artistry that I won't ever have time to absorb. So it's much better than to rely on their experience to make a better product than it is to just say, figure it out. If a part doesn't need to have a maximum or a minimum tolerance hole, and it can get away with having couple thou off, then there's no point in the extra cost needed on both my time and the machinist time to make it that ultra precise hole if it's just not needed. And the machinist is going to know where those kinds of cost cutting measures can be taken if I communicate that to them. So having open dialogue is really important, but also recognizing that not everybody's going to be good at everything, and there are a reason why it takes a whole team to make an engineered product, and video games are just a different kind of engineered product. You have artists, you do have marketing. You know, we always joke about the marketing in Star Citizen, but they do have an important purpose. You also have environment design, level design. You have people doing the physics engine. You have people doing the network side. There's all kinds of subspecialties that go into a game like Star Citizen. It's very naive and hyperbolic to say, you know, you are the experts, because you literally might not be. You might be the one that discovers an issue, but you have no idea how to fix it because it requires a person from 5 other teams to help you.
The folks who made ATC aren't here anymore. So ATC has been one of those features that had rotted, and there was always this there's this terrible Sophie's choice, and we have a section about how these choices are made here, where it's like, okay, we can take someone like Kian or someone like Paul or whatever and put them on this, but they're going to be on this for 5 months because they've got to start from scratch.
Right.
Whereas they could fix 15 or 20 other issues in that same time.
Right.
And you're like, well, and this constant calculus of, is that one worth the weight of those 20s? And it's not a situation I envy you or anybody else. You said you don't make the prioritizations. Right. You're in these conversations along with everybody else. Yes. You mean you don't make them alone? You're not the sole person who gets to decide.
Yes.
And so like this, it's like many things are done in a committee, because everybody's got their perspective, everybody's got their priorities, everybody's got their idea of what they think is the most important. Right. I've been in chats where Chris will say this is the most important, and Aaron will say this is the most important, and Jens will say this is the most important, and you're like, well, no, this is the most important. And we have the same conversation that the backers have, just 3 weeks earlier is usually what I say. So it's prioritization, and also having the right resources and having that right resource available, because sometimes the right person for that is also the right person for this, and they've been in this for 3 months. Right. And to pull them off of this right now would be devastating to that, because then you get tech debt and that begins to rot. And it's like we sit there. There are so many times where I've been in meetings or sit in chats and just ground my teeth, because we all know what needs to happen. We all know that thing needs stuff, but there isn't the resource at the moment to go and do it. And that's at least as frustrating for us as it is for the players, probably more so for the players, if I'm being completely honest. But
and a lot of that frustration just comes from the fact that we don't see all this
right issues
at the right time.
And historically, if we're being frank, we've been focusing more on the features.
You've been focusing more on the new stuff.
Correct. And I think that what Chris outlined in his letter for the chairman is really the direction we want to go, which is to bring back those experts into helping us fix the things that affect the players day in and day out.
So let's start talking about the letter for the chairman now.
Sure.
So in December, Chris published.
Sorry, folks. I need to reload my water. Jared's doing it. I gotta do it too. Otherwise, my voice will be terrible by the end of this. I'll be right back. I had some. There are all kinds of viruses going around with the colder weather, and my throat's been hurting a little bit today, so I got some Halls to soothe that a little bit.
A letter from the chairman that would set the direction for our entire 2025. I did a big thing at the beginning about this, and when I'm going to ask you for your version of this, I want to read specifically a few words that were from that letter. As we jump into the new year, our primary focus across our Star Citizen teams is clear: improving playability. Our drive for playability surrounds three critical areas: performance, stability, and content. No features in there. We understand that the live environment must be far more reliable and consistent, and we are determined to deliver on this. The sentiment many of you have shared, and one we wholeheartedly agree with, is that if the current game, as it stands today, ran smoothly with fewer obstacles and bugs, it would provide an unparalleled experience. Over the years, we've experimented with different approaches to improve quality of life and tackling tech debt. However, the ongoing challenge has been balancing these efforts alongside the introduction of new features and technology. So, in testing new features within the same pipeline as content, it's led to a bunch of intended ripple effects, creating instability, hindering performance, and impacting overall gameplay. In some cases, new features that are not fully mature have delayed the release of content or caused blockers that impact our progress. This has prompted us to reevaluate our approach to feature and content rollout, focusing on steps that we can take to bring the game to a better state while maintaining steady delivery. And that's the end. That's the last I'll read from this stuff. So
Sure.
I just got done at the top of the show explaining what that means in my words.
Right.
I want to hear what that means in your words. What are we actually doing to put those words into effect this year? What are we actually changing?
Stage one is we're committing more resources to fixing issues that affect the live environment, but also that are reported by players. And so in a typical setup, we have to take those resources from features, right? So that means that normally, if we're on 50 different features, all these engineers are working on new content to build new components or new features, new UIs for these new gameplay elements. And this can go on for a while because there's prototyping, there's iteration, there's merging, QA, and this can take a while to bring it in. And as Chris is pointing out, it creates ripple effects. And so we have to slow down on the features to get those resources to jump into what I call these Katamari issues.
I think there's a caveat here, and I think he'll probably say it as well, but I think that when he's talking about slowdown, the reason why that hasn't necessarily been possible before is we were still waiting on some key pillar technology. We can look at things like persistent entity streaming, which had interplay with iCache, Pcache, and various other iterations. Server meshing, 64-bit coordinate system. There were several key pillars upon which Star Citizen would be built that had to come out to establish a framework. And the crazy part is it has taken this long to get to that point. But I think that we are allowed to slow down a little bit on the feature side now because those pillar technologies are done to a point where they can focus more on the content and optimization. If we were still waiting for server meshing, I would think that we would still be in the same boat where we're just going to keep working on the features until we get that last piece of pillar in. Now, down the road, we're still talking about dynamic server meshing, but since that should just slide in and replace static server meshing, it shouldn't be as much of a fundamental change as server meshing itself has been.
Like, we're going to look at a couple later, but issues that require, I need a physics expert. I need an audio expert. I need a graphics expert. I need a gameplay expert. I need a guy who wrote this system. I need a guy who wrote this system. An issue that just keeps growing until it's solved. In order to do that, we need to give a Joker card to those issues. And so that's what we're going to do this year, is to slow down on features. We still need to build features, but we're going to pick the ones we can do while still investing in correcting the problems that we know have been in the game either forever or that are newly and very active. And even if they're super complicated to solve and require a refactor, right? So we'll talk about refactors, I'm sure, in the next list. But it also means, what I put in my notes, because we kind of prepared a little list so that I can just organize my thoughts. But increasing bug fixing quotas for teams. So in general, teams have not necessarily a quota to fit, but they have an allotted time for bug fixing. We're going to try to jump that by a lot so that we can actually jump on more bug fixes that matter. That's the thing that's key, right? Even though we fixed 3,000 issues,
is it the 3,000 the players experience?
15 or 20 or 30 issues that are really affecting players day in and day out, that are bugs or defects that must be resolved. And so we've put that in a list called the directors list. So every director has a chance to basically flag an issue in their domain and say, I'm going to need a Joker card for this issue, and it needs to be solved, right? And so that,
like when we talked about the frame budget and we talked about that 1,000 millisecond time, there's going to be bugs that as a player you have no idea they exist and you will never be able to see how they impact you, but they do have an impact because they affect the game overall. So you might not think that a intersection of two entities over on Grimhex is causing issues when you're over on Loreville, but if it's degrading server performance, even if it only gains back 1 millisecond by fixing it, that does make the game itself better, but not in a way that's immediately apparent to the players in it. So that's how they can fix 3,300 tasks, but still be missing some of these key ones, because the ones that you run into as a player are the ones that are super obvious and in your face. They might take quite a bit more resources than a lot of these other ones that you just never knew existed to begin with.
List is also going to transform itself into a release criteria. So, typically when we do a PTU, we're going through these waves, right? The process at which we go to the next wave is always a bit, it looks good. We look at metrics, we look at, disconnects and stability in general, but we don't necessarily look at quality of the game specifically because we're in development. And so it's always been a bit different for us. But I think that we need to change this process for us to move away from being an alpha game. We need to start moving away from the word constant development. In order to do that, we need to professionalize our criteria for launch. And that means that directors list needs to go down. It needs to get the solves that it needs. And those become criteria to move forward. Now, we're going to have to make decisions because we cannot fix everything out at the same time. Again, it's a question of resources. But the goal is to make a significant dent in that list, even if it keeps going up there.
You said take or increase the number of engineers and programmers. You're not talking about going out and hiring 100 new people.
No.
You're talking about the people who were working on base building, the people who were working on crafting, the people who were working on resource networks like that. It's about taking those seniors, those people with
Squadron 42,
with the experience, the one that Uno Mas said, the experts. It's about taking those experts and pulling them off the new feature development, and putting them on the less sexy stuff like, hey, fix an elevator.
Yeah, and I can't imagine that the Squadron 42 had any small amount of resources. It was a huge project.
In the letter to the channel.
So with it entering polish, that should free up a lot of resources.
Question. And there are probably lots of Star Citizen. I can see them in the chat right now. JJ Land 614 says no one cares about bug fixing. Is everybody right? Is JJ Land 614 right, everybody?
No, JJ Land, that's sorry, that's stupid. I'm sorry.
So lots of people who have followed
bug fixing is really important.
They know parts of this. I've seen the people in the chat. I already know this because I watch everything. This is a show for everybody.
Right.
What does working on stability really mean? What is we've had a lot of platitudes here, and platitudes are necessary. They're helpful to explain things, but translate this into real world shit for me.
Right.
I use my one swear. What does working on stability
There-
actually translate into as far as action goes?
Well, it translates into aggressively monitoring what we call internally stability. Covers like some of the very simple metrics, like do servers crash, right, or do hybrids crash.
That's a good
do clients
standard.
crash, and together, do these cause client disconnects, right? And so all these metrics go into what we call basically stability, but it goes further than that. Those are just basically the indicators, like the big level indicators. What stability
Symptoms
is
of a
is
larger
like
issue, right?
things like bare bone things, like are you able to successfully connect to the game?
Can you log in?
Correct. Can you
Currently-
do successful interactions?
No, a lot of the
Can
time.
you go to your ship and press F to join your cockpit and then not it take 35 seconds? Is it consistent and reliable? Meaning, like, is it like this all the time, or is it there only sometimes? Right. So stability is about consistent and reliable experience interactions. It's also when we work on stability, we're talking about improving the observability. So teams that when you guys are playing the game, you have a very immersive experience, and issues that affect you during your gameplay are part of your bubble, right? We need to be able to see those issues from the outside. So from the server side, from the cloud environment side, and so improving observability gives us that, because there are many systems in the game that have not been instrumented to be observed, right? And so sometimes, some older systems, I'm not going to name ATC, are going to have some hiccups that we can't even see, but players report to us, and then we have to investigate, but we need more observability. So that's working on stability is part of that. Changing systems that typically are probably...
So, like, you can put something on the issue council. Man, I'm going to have to cut down a little bit on the pauses. We're never going to get through this. You can put something on the issue council. If you visited the issue council, you know that most of the entries are not very well formatted, worded, or any kind of informative. And then if you're the developer trying to fix the issue that this player is experiencing, like, you do care that they are having an issue, but with garbage in, you get garbage out. So if you have very poor ways to measure what's going on, then you're going to get a very poor result as well.
Problematics into self-healing systems so that they can just repair themselves. So when they get into a case that we know, we just modify the system to make sure it tends towards a state that's functional. And the observability comes into play to make sure that it does function. Working on stability also means establishing budgets. So budgets for errors, budgets for performance. And so that affects everybody in the company. But if we talk purely on stability, it's all about, is the content that we've produced here or the feature we've produced here using too much resources, whether it's CPU, GPU, server calls, bandwidth, storage, networking. So reinforcing those budgets, going about finding the offenders, right, that go above these budgets and chasing them down, solving them. So that's stability work.
Like, frame budget is just one kind of budget that we talked about earlier.
That's the resulting. And the challenge with working stability is that, especially in light of server crashes, is that it's a fog of war. So you can launch a game and you're like a version of the game, and there's one crash that's going around. We can identify dedupe crashes, right? So we know what they are. So we're looking into one, and then we're like, oh, if we fix this one, it's going to be very stable, right? But then when you fix that one, that allows the program to continue. And then more bugs show up, more crashes show up. So it's a fog of war. It needs a constant care and attention. One thing we've done this year to help that is that we have a much more robust hotfix process.
All right. Quick example. You feel like you've got some kind of virus, right? You've got a fever. You can treat the symptom of the fever. That doesn't necessarily fix the virus or bacteria that you may be infected with. Fixing the root cause the virus, which in most cases just needs to run its course, or if it's a bacteria, you can take an antibiotic. Fixing that will also fix the fever, right? But a lot of times what you perceive as being sick is your body telling you, hey, something's going on, we need to fix it somehow. And so the fever could actually be beneficial, and there's, that's a whole other rabbit hole. But if you're just focused on fixing fevers and you're not focused on fixing the virus or the bacteria that's causing the fever, then you're just going to spin in circles. But fixing the fever then makes you more aware of the fact that, well, I'm still sick. What's going on? So
That
just a
frankly, we
different way
use
to
it
view
too
that
much,
fog of war
but,
that he's describing.
It does give us the ability
Hopefully
to
that
get some
helps.
fixes out when we see big problems right away. But it's to contribute to that fog of war. So that's what working on stability for me is. It's all of these issues together.
Do the same thing for performance.
Sure. Performance is it's a larger one, and so performance touches on both the client, the hybrid, and the server. The hybrid is the replicant that takes care of the networking. And so performance is about, obviously, frame rate to begin with on the client and on the server. We talked earlier about server optimizations. It's about loading times. So making sure that the load times are acceptable in all kinds of areas. Like, I'm not just talking about the loading screen. I'm talking about loading in assets, streaming in an area, fully initializing a full location, right? That's the load times I'm talking about. Memory utilization, so making sure that we use efficient memory, that we don't go above our memory budgets. Same thing here, the keyword is budgeting, so we need to have way stricter budget. We need to work on that area. And then finally, resource utilization of your machine in general, but also network connections. So latency and bandwidth, connectivity and stability of the connection in general that need to be improved. So that's what working on performance is. So stability is one area, performance is another one.
All right, so who works on these things? Because this isn't, so we're talking about this major change.
So stability is the consistency that things happen.
Features and putting them on existing.
Performance is the rate at which they happen.
Existing features, existing work.
The efficiency that they do it with.
Vehicle artists do. They get to keep doing their thing for the most part. This isn't something that somebody who makes a distribution center for the environment team does. This isn't something that somebody who makes a really unfortunate heart-shaped bed for the subscriber program does.
It was performant.
Who's the person who's actually who are the people that are actually doing this work? Who's changing to do this stuff?
So it's, again, engineering, right? That has a large focus on stability and performance, but it's also, we have a team, an online team that takes care of what we call site reliability. So these guys are definitely the first watchers of all these metrics, and these guys will call out issues that we need to solve, right? And then they will loop in engineers. And so that's the core of the people working on this. But I kind of want to push back on what you just said about, like, oh, the guys on the ship team don't have to do performance, right? Which I think that sometimes the way things are made in the game have a very big impact on performance, right? I can give examples, but like areas of levels that are created with hundreds of entities, right? Instead of using like a bare minimum, or there's techniques to use where group merging certain objects.
All right, guys, we are going to get through this. I just got to take a bio break. Be back in 2 minutes. Make sure you eat lots of fiber, kids.
Need to help reduce the actual effective size of things. So the teams on content are also kind of on the hook for performance, less so on stability, but they're on the hook for performance. And so they're not totally free, but they are less in the line of fire because typically an engineer is needed to identify a problem first, and then it might reach a content team depending on what the issue is.
Like, does the ship actually need 10 light sources, or can the same thing be done with 2?
It's basically the same thing almost.
Why do we use both terms?
I don't know. I think it's when you use programmer when you talk about a coder, and you talk about an engineer when he's got an architectural approach to it, I guess. But they're very similar in my mind. You know.
Like
He just used engineering and architectural in the same sentence.
Where's the jar?
You need a drink. You're talking quite a lot.
Yeah.
All right. So let's put things into motion now.
Yeah.
It's 2025. We've got our mandate. We've got our directive set for us by Chris Roberts. We touched a little bit about prioritization and delegating responsibility. So I want to talk about this. It's no secret that anybody who's watched my stuff for years knows that I like to have the conversation that no other game company would ever dream of having. And there's nobody from another game company that would sit here for 2 hours and answer these kinds of questions. So thank you.
2 hours?
I want to talk about delegating responsibility. Let me think about how I want to put this. Obviously, we have a lot of talented engineers and programmers across all of our studios. But some are juniors, and some are seniors who have all their own specialties and aptitudes. How do we decide who works on what? Because when I look at, if I were sitting on the outside, and I used to,
Sure.
if I were sitting on the outside, I would look at some of the decisions that have been made over the last couple of years. Elevators have been a plague forever. A transit system has had a refactor or two in the past and whatnot. Those were all before server meshing, which will now require another one. If I were sitting on the outside, I would look at this and wonder, what the hell are they thinking from time to time? Why? So
To say the very least,
you
yes.
to talk about how this process is done. I know you said that you're not the one solely responsible, but you could speak to this process and how this responsibility is delegated, not just to what bugs get worked on, but who
Right.
works on this stuff. Talk to me for a bit about that.
Well, so it's an interesting problem, right? Because fundamentally, all these talented programmers and engineers are human beings, right, behind it, and so they
Even Paul?
even Paul. He does have a beast mode, but he is still a human, and I think that one of the challenges that the teams face regarding this, not necessarily prioritization, let's talk assignment first, right? Okay. Is there's a certain level of ownership, right? If I wrote a system, then I own it, right, in a way. And then further iterations or bug fixes on this thing, I will be the best qualified to do it because I know the code. Anybody else that needs to go in this code is going to have a little ramp up, right? And sometimes we can't pay that ramp up, especially at the pace at which, I keep saying that in our project it's different. Typically, we don't release a game before it's in a better state than
Most games don't run a live
Correct.
game environment in the middle of their development.
Exactly, and that, I call it the cost of shipping, is what hurts us the most, because now
Also, most games you don't get to see this kind of development.
needs to become absolute, right?
It's a
so back to
catch-22.
assignment, right? So one programmer writes a system, he owns it, right? So we're going to try to go back to this person when there's bug fixes or items to go to.
They're going to have the least on-ramp time.
Yeah, exactly. But now sometimes it can happen that that's a junior developer. It can happen that it's a senior developer. It really depends, right? Some systems also end up with no owner when there's churn and people leave and there's replacements or people move on. There's a lot of internal movement at CIG where people want to change their specialty and so.
Because you don't want to get stuck doing the same thing for
the people in there.
12 years.
You don't want to sign someone on pure bug fixes for 5 years because they're not going to stay with the company, right? You need to balance this out. in terms of how you assign the work. Now, again, I'm not talking prioritization, but assignment, right? Typically, we're going to try to pair juniors with seniors to encourage growth so that these juniors can become seniors, and then we can depend even more on them, right? And so that's another constraint, that sometimes you need to spend time from a senior on a specific issue to help a junior on another issue.
Sometimes you'll have two people on an issue, not because they can make the baby twice as fast, but because that's how you train that junior to become senior. And that's one less person that could be working on something else.
That's right.
Because this is part of their training and this is their growth. Okay.
Correct. There's also, so we talk
good management.
Right? We make it simple.
Is about leadership. Trying to make your team as competent as possible.
Like, I don't know, most people know this, but the lead developer is not necessarily the best developer of the team.
Wow. Name names.
No. But the lead's responsibility is management, right? It's making sure that the issues move, and that our plan of action is sound, that it's vetted, that it's code reviews, make sure the quality is there, but also just orchestrating the team, right? So typically a lead should spend roughly 40% of his time doing management on the team, right? So leadership is also a key element in that. Even if you pair people and you have a million things going together, what is the drumbeat is the leadership, right? And so you need to have all those combinations to be able to have a healthy engineer team. And so you want to avoid overburdening as well. So sometimes you have some developers that come into the company and they're really good, right? But they're juniors, right? So they're learning fast. They have a lot of energy. They're going for it. And so path of least resistance, we're going to go like, oh, well, look, can you look at this? Can you look at this? Can you look at this? And at some point, that person's overburdened. And we have to release our patches, so time constraints come in. And so code quality goes down, right? And that's an issue we have to battle every single day.
Now, we had to release our patches with those features in the old system. And, you're referring back to how we did it before. Yeah. In this new system, in this new way, it's a patch every month, but it's what is ready to go into those patches. We've said some version of this before. Sure. And let's just be super honest. We haven't been super good at sticking to the philosophy. It was after 3. I think it was after 3.0. It was after that really long wait for 3.0, where some of us had to grow a really stupid beard.
Yes.
That it was okay. We're no longer going to wait for features anymore. We're going to do this quarterly patch, and then if a feature isn't ready, we're not going to wait for it. It gets pulled out.
I remember that.
We weren't so good.
The famous go-no-go process.
It didn't happen.
We weren't really good at that.
Which we internally called the go-go-go process.
Yes.
Which we moved away from.
I'm very happy to hear you admit that. The go-no-go process was a bit of a joke. It was the go-go-go process. And it's because there was this mentality here where we thought that we were a feature-driven project. Every patch people expect X number of features to be in there. We have to make these targets in order to keep people engaged and stuff. And it was just this Ouroboros of shit. Oh God, that's 3. Where we're constantly chasing our tail and not getting where we needed to go. Now, that's not to throw the past aside. No. We're super proud of what we've accomplished here. But there's a point where doing the same thing year after year.
The same way.
The same way. And we always made changes here and there, and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. So this year, and this whole thing that we're talking about today, and we'll talk more about it on ISE next week, is it's time to try something different. Now, this is incredibly scary for us. I'm gonna go on the record and say we have been a feature-driven project since the PU was first introduced in 2015.
Sorry. I want to make a pause here, because this is a very important aspect in any kind of working situation. This is the value of good and bad leadership. Bad leadership, I think we've all experienced in one way or another. When you have a manager that doesn't understand what it is that you guys do every day, but they have certain expectations that seem disconnected with the reality of your work situation. Bad leadership, right? But good leadership can take the problem, look at it, and figure out what is the most efficient way to get their team moving forward. And I think we've seen a smattering of both with Star Citizen, but hopefully you all get to experience some level of good leadership at some point. There was a time when I was living for 2 years in Mexico where I saw lots of really good leadership, and it is empowering and motivating in a way that you are capable of doing things that you are not otherwise able to do. But bad leadership can have just as great an impact in making an entire team ineffectual. So, is there a purpose for managers, regional managers, and this various hierarchy of leadership positions? Absolutely. The sad reality is a lot of times we just don't get to see what those benefits really are, and it's not immediately apparent even in cases where it's done well. So,
doubled down on that after 3-0 at the end of 2017 to stop that and to turn all of our focus internally, to turn it all inward, and say to this incredibly talented a programmer, you don't get to work on the super sexy hot new feature, you have to work on elevators now. That is going to create problems for us keeping people engaged, keeping people interested and stuff like this. That's when patches come out, and when we get to April or May or whatever, and people are like, where's my new feature? We haven't had a new feature in so many months. That's going to create problems for us on the marketing side and stuff like this. This endeavor is going to create struggles for us in how we position the game and how we market the game and how we attract players to come in and play. But we've tried the other thing for so long, and it's collectively what I'm seeing from everybody, from Chris to Aaron, to Rich Tywer, to everybody down the line, is something I've never seen in 10 years here, is this, everybody's hit a point where we've finally reached a consensus that we've done it this way enough. We have to try this now, and we have to make this experience better. Famously, we were watching, a big streamer jumped into game on Friday, had like 17,000 viewers, and 17,000 viewers were just watching him fall into an elevator over there. And it was just like, we had already made this decision. Like, this decision has been in place since December, but we were all just watching going, man, this can't come fast enough. So this is scary.
You and me both, Jared.
I want to ask you another question about this assignment and the priority stuff. I just touched on it. Say you have something unsexy but super critical.
Right.
Transit refactor.
And the fix is a long and tedious process.
Transit refactor.
Rewriting the transit system.
Oh my gosh, it's like I knew where he was going to go.
For the next 2 or 3 months while they work. Maybe it's longer. Is this something you put on a senior because it's super critical, and then you end up tying that person up for an entire quarter of the year? Or is it something that you stick a junior on because you need that senior doing 3 other things instead? Is this not the ultimate developer Sophie's choice? And is this not what we've struggled with for a decade, at least the time I've been here?
And how long is it going to take the junior to get it done?
Well, so previously the answer would have been junior with some support, right? That's what we would have done before. It would have.
Welcome to the chat, Bears Junkie 55 HOF. Not going to pretend to have any idea what that means, but 07.
No, we can't compromise the feature. This work is important. It's going to be transformational for the PU. This fix, or this rewrite, we're going to do, we're going to give a support network around someone that's in the team that's not necessarily one of our superstars, and I mean, I want a team where everybody can grow into a superstar, but sometimes, you have to be in the middle, right? And so the previous setup would have been something like this, right? Where we would give a support network, but the person in charge would have been, not necessarily like the leads and the people that really push the needle, because those would be on transformational features for the PU. The answer this year will be no. We're using our transformational players to come and solve these problems for us, because they have to be solved, right? Like, We keep talking about transit,
And
It's
hopefully we can get them done
Transit has touched
faster.
1 million people at CIG, and we've tried to, keep it running for a while. But now it's time to put, a real effort behind it, right? Which is to basically take resources from the transformational elements and go and fix the foundation.
And that's not to say that you're not going to put any junior developers on a project. You're going to
Called
have
ourselves out on our own
them in there as well, but
and we're
you're
now
going to need those
putting
senior
everybody
developers
where-
really kind
where-
of
where
pushing
they- where
things
they need to
along
be.
and getting it done quickly.
How do you decide whether that old feature
Okay.
is fixable or whether it's so far beyond?
Thanks for the
that it needs to be
explanation,
tackled?
Bears.
Well, so that's a good question, right? Because sometimes the worst cases like this is when a system or an issue is like almost fixed.
Hopefully this
Where, like,
doesn't
a
scare you
developer
away,
comes
but
in,
I am
"Oh, I have
I'm
to
not a
fix this,"
huge sports guy,
right?
as you could probably
What
tell.
we need to do now is also look at these features
Though I do
to answer
lift.
that question, which is the way the feature or the system was constructed compatible with what the PU is going to be or what the technology behind the PU will be, which is a combination of the streaming technology that we've built before that has been a very complicated and complex system even on its own without server meshing, and then the systems under streaming and server meshing together. And so there are systems in the game that are not adapted to that approach, right? And so when we look at one of the key problems that we see in the game, we're going to look at the underlying system, and if we need to rewrite, it'll be because, like it needs to be rewritten to take advantage of streaming and server meshing properly.
ATC,
right?
ACE up,
Versus
Transit
trying to
Refactor.
patch and kind of cobble it together, right, to make it work. So that's how we make the decision. Is really we're going to have to
Some of
look
the Moby class
deep at all these
apps.
things to decide which ones. We've
Anything
already
still
done some of
using
it,
the
like we're calling out some stuff
non-building
earlier.
blocks UI.
I saw a meeting earlier today where you're literally presenting every single engineer in the company, and it's like, okay, it's like, and it was a collective effort. It was okay, so it's where do we put this person? Where do we put this person? I've never seen in the time that I've been here such a granular kind of overarching. Okay, no, we need to reevaluate everything. All prior assumptions are done. Let's look at the entire field of players we have and decide who's supposed to go where best. Like, stop everything, fresh start. That leads me to my next question here. So we're a company of near or over 1,000 people. I can't keep track across the studio.
Wow.
But there's still a limited number of these engineers and programmers in the company.
Wild to think that there's that many people
Delegating
working on
them
this
between
game.
these tasks is hard enough.
Yeah,
But you've also got this thing called Squadron 42.
that's right.
Over here.
Oh
And
no!
in October, we flashed up a big 2026.
Yeah, is it actually going to happen,
I was
guys?
there when I saw the 2016.
How does this plan
way back
affect it?
when.
Because it sounds like we're
And
pushing everything
Chad
out
Zabzow spoke for all
in
of us.
favor of stability.
So we stayed away from pointing at a year for so long because we grossly underestimated in last time. But now we've done this. So you've got this
Yeah, it was supposed to come out in what, 2017?
goalpost. I was going to say hangman's noose, but goalpost is much more positive sitting here. That's got to get done too.
It takes
So
all kinds, Bears.
What is this split like? Is this just an even 50-50
we need sports
split?
fans in the
This many of them are on
verse
Star
too.
Citizen, and this many of them are on Squadron 42. Is it 60-40? Is it hard? Is it flexible? Are there Joker cards that bounce between the projects?
Can someone clip that, please? Jared asking if it's hard or if it's flexible. Clip that and send it to me, please.
Does Chris have a veto every 3 months where he gets to rearrange the people? How does this split work?
So this that's an interesting
Wills,
question.
I know you're
It
in
is-
chat. Get on
we
that.
are making 2 games. There's some good news, right? Because a lot of the gameplay systems that power the actor, and that power the core of the game are the same between the 2 games. And so improvements on one end result in improvements on the other one, plus or minus the online versions of these features, right? In the let's say we take one team, right, which is the most important in this one, like the gameplay teams, right? That's where we have to be more fine-grained, right? There's this thing that we have to be careful about, which is context switching, right? obviously building a single player cinematic game and building a multiplayer MMO-like game are
Very
similar,
different
but
goals.
the context switching between the two projects costs time, right? So you want to find a scheme where you have the resources on what you're trying to achieve at each milestone. Like Squadron 42 has its internal milestone and its cadence that it needs to respect this year, which is extremely aggressive in order to get a game completely complete by the end of the year and ready for 26 release. And so there are
Because I hope they're not meaning,
more suited to the
released
type of
by
things that
typical
Squadron 42
AAA standards. I
can
want
do
this to actually be a
in
game that I
its
can
polish
play.
phase and its finalization phase
AAA
for the
lately,
quality levels. And all
it's
the
day one
chapters.
patch to fix all the
And
things
so,
they didn't
obviously,
do
these
during
people
development.
Favored to work on Squadron 42. So there's a series of people that are on there. I don't have an exact percentage, but it's not 50-50 because there are also things that are built on the PU that are beneficial on that side. And so the thing that if Jens was here with me, he would say the thing we need is flex, right? And so flex is when we need reinforcements, we can get them, right? And so we have a model now where there are a series
not
of
hard.
engineers that will work.
It is flexible.
dedicated to Squadron, but we can flex on both sides depending, right, on the milestones. And the two projects have now a cadence that's adjacent, and so we kind of know at every milestone what Star Citizen needs and what Squadron needs, and so we can flex accordingly. And these features are kind of a lot of those features are similar in both ends, and some of the bug fixes that we need on SC are also needed, right, on both sides, especially actor-related bugs. And so it's a tricky balance, right?
Yeah. I hear what you're saying, and it makes sense. And I was in that meeting where Chris and Jens were talking about the need for flex and stuff, and I agree.
But why can't you make the baby twice as
First show in
fast?
2 months, maybe it'll be my last one. How did? There's a phrase that comes to my head when I'm listening to you. Says it's this jack of all trades and master of none thing. Now, that's not precisely analogous to this, but if people are bouncing, how does any one thing get done? That's the first question I have there, and I know there's no easy answer to this, but you agreed to come on the show and you agreed to take the uneasy question, so I'm taking advantage of our decade-long relationship and putting you on the spot here. It's absolutely important if this thing in Squadron has to be done because it will unblock 50 other people. So we'll take those 2 people from Star Citizen for 2 weeks and get it done. And that's a worthwhile use of flex. Sure. And I understand why that exists and why that's important. But how do you keep that from becoming
what a
just
champ,
this,
Wills.
and we just left with this two amorphous blobs that never get finished?
Yeah. The key is in the specialization, right? So
because it's going to take time. Anytime you have someone switch their current task, it takes them time to get used to the new thing.
Mission system, right? And so.
Oh, and Elliot Maltby, don't leave him out.
And Elliot, right? The Kid Rock of missions.
Thanks.
But this assignment, right?
I've been in since the 2.x days, Bears.
And you can dedicate it, then you're not losing anything from the other side, right?
I'm a 3.18 veteran.
In your extra,
I've gone through the very worst Star Citizen has to offer. It's been rough.
And extra members that can flex, and so the idea with this has been to make a plan where we can actually focus on the things that matter, and we pick what we think matters, right? So our player experience team on the SC side helps us, like for the bug fixes that we're going to be looking at in priority, we know what those are. So we make sure those are covered.
Yeah,
so it's about
I got what you meant, Ben.
It's an assignment and just
there has certainly been a lot of frustration over the years,
really
for sure.
At what do we want to achieve? And on SC, we want to achieve a better playability. And so we're going to commit resources to that. The flex will come only when we ship, right? That's the moment where flex actually happens. So end of milestones. And so the impact at this will kind of be minimal because we minimize the context switch on the key resources. Like leadership is a key part of this. The right leads in the right places make a big difference.
Okay.
Those ones need to not move. That's the
Yeah, no, it makes sense. It's not a question with an easy. It's not a question with an easy answer, and it's not a question most marketing shills would probably ask their execs live on
yeah.
the internet. But like I said,
We're going for it.
we're going for it. I want to talk about one more topic before we get to a topic that I've listed in my notes as persistent buggyverse.
Right.
And that's Alpha 401. So last week was just last week, right? We released Alpha 401. I saw people online, people that, if I'm being as frank with those people as I am with you, probably should have. Some people expected the silver bullet patch. Like there was a letter in December, and they thought in January there would be a silver bullet where everything was fixed. And I personally find that expectation a bit silly. On the flip side of that, though, these are people who have been waiting.
Yeah.
They've been waiting a long time for us to figure this out. For us to have for us to come in from the cold and realize that so many years of doing it this way, it's time to switch to do it this way. So I understand the frustration and everything is justified, if I'm being completely honest. It was not a silver bullet patch.
No, it was
This
not.
402. It might even go to PTU today or tomorrow. We're here, so I can't see the chats that they're trying to put on PTU. For the end of this month, will not be the next silver bullet either.
Right.
As I said at the beginning of the show, this will be a thing where month after month we patch without new features.
Well, stop
But
there.
just new content built on existing features and bug fixes, and slowly we start changing the temperature of the water, of our persistent universe.
I've seen what he's talking about. I think he's probably talking about Mike a little bit, but a little bit of me in there. It's something that I've seen a lot of people talking about. But I think that it comes from with this last CitizenCon. You guys laid out that you have a clear vision of what the game is supposed to be, and with that comes the expectation that we will see it working towards that vision. Up until now, it has always been up in the air. There's been introductions of new features, new ideas, but there hasn't been a concrete definition of this is what Star Citizen is, like we have with the presentation for 1.0. So I think that has led to a lot of what the increased expectations for quality with CIG. Referring to Salty Mike, this is something that he's talked about a lot in his videos, and I think he's totally on point. I'm right along with him on this. That you've got the vision, you've got the scope, you've got the plan laid out. Let's see you get to that point. And the other aspect of this is we've got all those pillar technologies in place. So now the excuses are gone. We should see the game work towards more and more refinement as we go on throughout 2025. Now, was 4.0 ever going to be that magic bullet patch? No, but it was heavily advertised to us that it was going to be a significant increase in playability because server meshing was going to fix so many things. And there are still a lot of things that server meshing is going to fix, but having it in place doesn't mean that it's done that yet. And so what we have here is a failure to communicate. It's like the intro to the is it Guns N' Roses? Pretty sure it's Guns N' Roses. Civil War, the song, because it was heavily marketed to us that server meshing was going to fix all these things. It wasn't as clearly communicated to us that it wasn't going to do all of that at the same time.
What was my question?
It sounded good anyway, but
I'm sure I was going somewhere. Is this the approach? Is this the? When can we start? So I see what I read, and what I read is what I wrote for myself is dumb. I don't want to
go
ask
off
that
script,
question.
let's go.
I go through that.
401 did not solve all the problems.
no.
You guys have no idea how
Is
many
it a legitimate
revisions a
improvement
script
over
goes
401?
through, and then even when the
In
video
many
comes out, I
areas,
still don't
it's
like it a lot of the
drastic
time.
change. Yes. Especially for the issues that affected a lot of players during the break. If you played during the break on 4.0 preview, like a lot of very dramatic problems have been solved in 401 or hotfix, right? Because the 401 also includes all the hotfix from 4.0.
And
So
they have
it
really
is
been cranking those out.
You know, a
It
better
feels like it
patch.
has been
But
getting a lot better.
It regressed in key areas that
Yes.
are very problematic.
Yes, I'm looking at a chat right now.
Elevators, trains.
with
Yes.
with a
yes.
lot of emojis.
From the observability standpoint, right? Not from the. I think that in terms of the forward-facing elements of the patch, that we have regressed in 401, but from the infrastructure level, we have actually made a step forward, and so it's a 50-50 one.
It's a 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind
Yes.
of thing.
I would say
Yes.
so, yeah.
And the 1 step back just happens to be the part that the players see.
Yep.
Correct. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. I know there's we're about to jump into this.
The buggyverse.
The buggyverse.
Just I want to.
We
I'm on
have
the verge of
buggies
something here, and I'm
in
trying to
Star
figure out what
Citizen.
it is in my head. What I want to say here.
We have bugs and buggies. We got it all. I believe in you, Jared. You can do it.
I guess what I really want to ask is, okay, it's not going to be in one patch. It was never going to be in one
No.
patch. Any expectations that it would be in one patch or 2 patch, frankly, a bit silly.
But you guys did
we're
kind
all-
of advertise it that way, so
When say
I
we're all,
don't feel like it's
not just the people
entirely
who play the game, I
unfounded.
mean the people who make the game too. We're all frustrated.
Yeah.
We're all tired. We're all exhausted of logging in and seeing people stuck at one in position and seeing elevators not showing up and people falling through trams and stuff like this.
So we haven't seen a lot
It's
of
not gonna be
T-posing
one patch, it's
NPCs
not
as of
gonna be
late.
2
Those
patches.
parts have been
Maybe it's
working
3,
better.
maybe it's 5, maybe it's 7. I guess the question I really want to ask you before we move into the Jira section here is this plan going to work?
I think so. But what it needs, right, is, and I think Chris's letter kind of sets the commitment. That's what we needed, right? Going from the previous way of making the game to this new way, like a company of our size takes time to shift gears and change direction. And so even though you're like, okay, guys, this is our focus now, reorder priorities, assignments, it takes a while before it actually takes form, right? And you need the people in the teams to really grasp what we're after, right? In terms of increased playability, what it means for them in the day-to-day, right? And I
it
think
literally
that
just takes
we have
time
the
for some of
commitment
these
from the
things to actually
leadership
take effect.
to change this, and we have the means to do it. So in order to support this effort, right, it's not just we're talking about priorities and orders, and that's one part of the puzzle. But what the other part of the puzzle is to make sure these teams are properly supported to do this, right? It's in paying the tech debt that's been plaguing the project for a long time, that we've been kind of dealing with, putting in the corner, right? Tackling some of it, but then, letting it build up. And I think that we need to attack that head on. And to support our teams, it's about helping them improve the output through better process, better pre-submission checks, better validation, building the tools that will allow them to have confidence that when they put a fix, that it's fixed, or that when we say a bug is fixed, that it is fixed, which is,
Right
let's just
now,
say that.
we
It's an
don't
issue,
have
right?
that.
No.
Yes.
Yes, no. Many have been the times where I've seen everybody from you to Chris to Jens in the chat saying, you know, they read a report on Reddit, or they see something on Twitch or YouTube, and they find the JIRA, and the JIRA says it's fixed.
Yeah.
And it's like, I thought this says it was fixed. And you know, that happens for a lot of reasons. We've talked a lot about how there are multiple causes for the same outcome. And
like that scene when Han Solo's running around.
But now
no, it's Lando at that point, because Han is in carbonite.
It's frustrating.
But he's like, they told me they fixed it. They told me they fixed it. I noticed in Microtech the number of NPCs have definitely increased, and they actually sit in chairs. Yeah, I mean, the NPCs have been pretty performant as of late.
We're doing a lot of.
You can actually hear them having conversations with each other. That part feels pretty good. It's just if you can't move past them to your hangar.
We're doing a lot of talk here, and we've still got some more talk to do. The proof will ultimately be
in the action.
In the action.
Correct.
In the month after month, patch after patch. There won't be a patch every single month. Like I said, we're currently looking at about 9 or 10 on the schedule. We actually have a meeting tomorrow where we're going to kind of hammer that down and have a better idea. Certain things affect the patch cadence, but more patches this year than any year prior.
Yeah, they're shooting for 12 major patches.
Far less of the feature work and more of the content and the bug fixes. The content that doesn't require new features. Like somebody in the chat was just saying, do less events. It's not the events that are problems. It's the events that are built on new features. Like I was about events built on existing feature work and stuff can still be fine. That's part of what we're looking at. So like this. The proof is going to be.
In the pudding.
It's going to take. Take this year.
Ultimately, it's just the product, right? That's the thing that counts. Is what's the output, right? Does the output get better? Are we still dealing with the same problems that we've seen before? Did we actually solve any of those issues, or are we still going to look at, interrupted missions, or any of these bugs that are plaguing us, right? And I think that's the key, right? And that's how we should be measured. It's in, does this new method work? Is the product improving, right? And in its quality.
Yeah. Kid Casper, first-time chatter, says, did a dev ever play Siege of Orison? Yeah, Siege of Orison is a great example of an event that took substantial feature work. And the feature work that was underneath it was the stuff that was not ready for prime time. It's not exclusively the idea of an event that's bad. It's how you build the event, whether you build the event on current existing proven technologies or whether you try to do something crazy. And we're still going to try to, let's be real. I've been here for too long to sit here in front of everybody and say, we're going to stop trying things new. That's not who we are. We're going to dramatically reduce the risk. We're going to dramatically reduce how far out over the edge with new things that we do. There are going to be moments this year where we still try something new here and there. And hopefully it works better than in the past because of our new tech preview situation, because of the new methodology. There may be 1 or 2 moments this year where we try something new and it still bites us in the butt. That's just, I've been here too long to even remotely hint at saying otherwise. But on the whole, what I've seen from people at every level this year is something I've not seen in the 10 years I've been here, and that is this collective realization that we have to change and stuff. So
which is really good to hear.
This year
moving from the alpha to hopefully more of like a beta.
Exciting new features. It's going to be a dramatically different year with different content and stuff. It'll be interesting to see how it works. It's scary because we've never.
No, yeah, it's completely different for the project for sure.
All right.
Now we're going to be jumping into the GRAs.
So. So it's not all going to be fixed in 1 or 2 or even 3 patches. But if I'm allowed, I think I can speak for everybody in the community when I say what the F about some of these long-term issues. So these long-term existing issues that have plagued the game since 3.24 or longer. So I got together with folks from the community team, Tyler and Lenny and Freya and all those folks. I got together with people from the player relation team, Bayer and his folks and everything. And I even got a few of these from Chris Roberts himself.
There you go.
I got a list
Different
of issues
bear,
that I want
though,
to ask
right?
you about.
Right, Bear
and get some
Junkies?
status updates on.
Sure.
This is basically the part of the show where I hold your
Where we dive in.
butt to the fire.
Sure.
You ready?
Yeah.
So, in no particular order. No,
Hang on.
there is an order.
Hang on, before we start, right? So I'll be the messenger here. So we did a little prep, right? We looked at a couple of these because I needed to prep. Unfortunately, I don't know everything.
You don't know the current status of every single major bug in the game, Ben? World?
No, I do not.
All right.
I wish.
Peace out. Thanks for hanging out.
But I did do the scavenging hunt to make sure that we got at least an update on most of those. And so that's, we'll get out of it.
All right.
Go for it.
I want to start with server and shard instability. And I'm just going to read my notes here. We've got frequent login issues, including being stuck at position 1 in the queue for extended periods, shard locks, the servers becoming unresponsive or dead with players extensively
Even
discussing
massive
strategies
queues,
for
too.
finding working servers, often relying on joining friends instances. So let's tackle these one by one.
Yep.
Login issues and being stuck at position 1.
So this one we're actually deeply investigating right now. It looks like, so we have, and I'll go deep with technical details here to properly explain, not just the status report. So matchmaking, right? So when you click on that button, join the universe, you're talking to the matchmaking service or the matchmaking system. He will find one of the shard instances that's available, right? All these shards report their health to make sure that they're, doing good, that if one of their servers is not good or their FPS is not in a good condition, it always reports a score. And we will always try to match you to either something that has shard affinity to you or
Shard affinity.
well, it's either your player is already in that shard, right? That's the ultimate affinity, or you've been in that shard before. So we try to have a level of shard affinity. Now the problem with stuck position 1 is that we've matchmade you on a shard. And now the matchmaking service is basically telling the shard, this guy's coming. That's called a process called authorization. And for some reason, now the latest update that I've got this morning on this is that the authorization call sometimes will take multiple minutes to close out. And so we don't know what the cause is on this one yet. It's kind of a new identified condition, but that's one that we need to hotfix absolutely on live in order to get that back in there.
So that's one
And
that
I've run into that one.
When we figure it out, is fixable by hotfix. Some things require a patch, some things require a hotfix
Yes.
that can be done on the. So that's a thing that can be fixed
Hotfix.
any day of
Now,
the.
I can speak a bit about the hotfix, how it works, right? Now, I don't like to use the word hotfix for everything, but that's the word we have for now, right? Because not all fixes are necessarily hotfixes. Some of them are just, they need to go out. But so what we cannot fix right now is a server change. So a change that goes on the game servers. That's one of the easiest things to roll out. So we can actually make a code change and then we start deploying it, and then your game servers will slowly start updating, right? And that is the easiest one to roll out. But there's some requirements for this. There must be no data change, no asset change, and the network compatibility of the build needs to be maintained. And so that means that there are some things we cannot hotfix because it would cause a client incompatibility. And so there are some bugs that we're like, we have a fix, but we can't roll it out, right?
We have to wait for the next patch window.
Well, yeah, exactly, right? Which we are talking about in interest of this to have now like maintenance windows where we can actually roll out data fixes, right? Where we now need to force players to upgrade their client, but that would allow us to actually, take the environment down, also do some maintenance. We rarely do live maintenance on the environment just to, change things. We kind of try to keep them the way they are, but this will allow us to actually perform live changes more aggressively. So we're trying to nail the
Sounds like a
process now,
positive to
for
me.
that, but
I'm kind of
so
surprised
the
it's not
second
that way
kind of
already.
thing we can change is a hybrid fix. Now those are very hard to do because a hybrid restart will disconnect all players on a shard, and so we can't upgrade a shard that's already running, and so we have much fewer game shards now than before, and so that means that disrupting them will have a drastic effect on the live environment. And so those fixes are a bit of a problem. So typically, it reflects in the number and the name of your shard when the hotfixes roll out.
Chat is just spamming. Do it! Just do it! One of the things that we don't do that a lot of MMOs do is have that regular Tuesday downtime or something like that. And those are the times where those things are necessary for other games. Is this something we've considered?
Yes, that's what we're trying to prepare for now, is to have an official maintenance window. That we're not thinking about systematically doing a downtime, but we're thinking about scheduling it, and then we'll let players know before that happens. And then we'll be using those moments to do infrastructure changes or upgrades that normally we would have to wait for.
If I got to pick, I would vote anytime between 3 a.m. MST to 6 a.m. MST, because then it will never affect me.
Would be. I'm just looking at chat right now. There's nothing you've said in the last hour and a half that's getting the reaction. They're just like, yes, give us a maintenance window. Fix your shit. 4.
No, that's 5.
Is that 5?
I think so.
5?
He's going to be paying it into the jar later.
In 4.0.
Yes.
Way up.
That's
Benoit.
right. Yeah.
Especially for Pyro.
Pyro side.
And frequently players would actually time out of their load.
Yeah.
What gives?
So, interestingly, now that's still being investigated, but the current hypothesis on this is that the way the Pyro system was built, first of all, the requirement when you connect, right? What the hell's the game doing, right, in that loading screen? And then you open the console and there's stuff flying around. What is it doing, right? It's going through this context establisher set of tasks, which are like all the phases for the connection, right? Currently, when players load into Pyro and have a long load time, it seems to be related to the way the system was built, where there's an entity in the Pyro system that holds the spacescape for the system. Right now, we're peeking behind the curtains of how the levels are made, but there's a requirement for the CET connection, right, that requires that all the entities that the client needs to load need to have an authority assigned, right? Now, so this is directly a server mesh change. And so if an entity that you're loading doesn't have an authority yet, which could be any server in the mesh, right? If one of them doesn't have an authority yet, then the load time will have to wait for this entity to gain an authority. Now, how can this entity not have an authority? So our current hypothesis is that if the server that is hosting that Pyro Spacescape entity, which has a giant radius, so every client loading into Pyro needs that entity. If the server that hosts that entity is currently rebooting because it has a crash on it, then all players will have to wait for that server to do the full provisioning loop, boot up, acquire, load the data, acquire the entity, and then players will load in. For some players, that overrides that busts the time it needs for the timeout for the login. So that's our current lead, and we think we have a fix, but we're obviously that's another one that we would roll out. I think it's a code fix on the hybrids that we can actually roll out for that.
While you were giving that answer, Chris Roberts just messaged and says, Benoit, are we having login issues again?
Oh no.
and
Chris didn't know.
I'm poking Ahmed because Benoit's on SCL talking about this right now. So, get off Benoit's back, Chris. Delete. Do not hit enter. No, okay. So,
Clip it, send it to Chris.
I know I see people who are stuck in this thing who are waiting. Like, they shut their client down and they log back in. They shut their client down. Like, is that helping their case or is that hurting their case in this?
So I have a lot to say about that. Okay. So
I'm gonna head out.
So on everybody kind of has a recipe for fixing login issues, right? A lot of them involve disconnection, shard hopping, loading into AC, rebooting twice, printing a document. I don't know, right?
Haven't heard that one before.
That is actually one of the things that we've identified as missing in our testing process. So we do some load testing before we launch a patch. And so we test with clients logging in and logging out, and everything's great. What we're not testing is launch
them doing all the weird
persistent
stuff.
universe, Alt F4. Launch client, persistent universe, AC, right? Alt F4. Client, persistent universe. And so a lot of the issues that we've seen in the 4.0 release, when we put in the persist hanger flow, for example, that allows you to log into your hanger, the system for this needs to move your player, we call it unstow your player into the shard. It also needs to unstow your hanger. Now, when players are constantly logging in and out of shards, now you've got multiple shards doing this process for you, and they need to complete that process. We've identified a ton of concurrency issues with this in 4.0. Elements that we didn't test for because you test the load, not the repeated concurrency. And so that's one thing we've identified that we absolutely need to add to our testing process.
So does that hurt or help you? It's
one of the other things I've
as
talked
the player
about this before. The difference between PTU and live is like a 20x increase.
Yeah.
That's also one big difference, is that on PTU players don't shard hop that much.
No, one of the forever things that if there's a double-edged sword of PTU, and there are many,
yes.
but this is like the one that's always amused me. People are more patient on PTU than they are on live because
they know it's going to be janky.
They're helping us. They're helping the development of the game. They're doing a job, and that.
But the impatient PU.
But it doesn't make for an effective test of live, and it's yet another reason we have to go to these live environments sometimes, and we don't discover these things till live.
Something I hadn't thought of before, but it does make sense. The
hide comes out.
The patient methodical PTU tester isn't a good representation of the impatient PU tester.
And restricted, and then live environment is where. It's interesting. It's. All right.
Well, that's one of the key differences, right? And so a lot of the issues that are plaguing us right this second, right, are still remnants of that we are tracing a lot of them. I spent a lot of time on Spectrum during the break, during the vacation, actually digging into a lot of those to be able to make sure that when the team would come back, that we'd have some traction on some of those.
Last question on servers, because then we're going to get to the character stowing and repair here.
Yeah.
What are shard locks, and why do servers become unresponsive?
Well, so that second part's
little question.
Right? So, shard lock. We never really call this shard lock. This is like a community term. You're never really locked into a shard, but your character can only be into one. And
you can't be in two places at one time.
If you get match made into one of, let's say, US E1B 010, everybody's favorite shard, which it is true, that shard is cursed. It's telling you right now, it's always 010. I don't know why, but that one is always the one.
Take it out to the shed and shoot it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which patch. The US E010 shard, for some reason, is the bane of our existence. Anyway, so you go play there, your character will get unstowed. So Hybrid will unstow your character, moves it from the global database that allows you to go anywhere to that shard. Now you are, according to the community, shard locked, right? Because you're playing in that shard right now. What's supposed to happen is that if you quit the client or you get disconnected or the client crashes, when you come back, you're going to get match made on this shard again, right? Now, if that shard is no longer available, during the time where you decided to come back or whatever, then that's going to give you a nice little 60K error, right? Which will say, hey, your character is there, that shard is no longer available. Now, what that means is that behind the scenes, there's a process that's taking if the shard is crashed, there's a process that's currently processing that shard and will stow back your character. So it's time. Time will fix it, right, in this case. During the 4.0 preview, some players got into a state where the character could not get stowed back. that was a backend a bug that prevented that from happening, and so their character was kind of seemingly corrupted, and so we had to go in and fix a lot of those. That caused a permanent 60,030, I think is the one, where basically some players were stuck in that mode for a long time, and so we had to actually do manual actions to solve that. But otherwise, in most of the time will make your character go back to the stow position, and then once you're stowed back, you're able to go back in there. So,
But do you guys know why characters are getting stuck in the unstowed position
It
then?
was definitely the 630. It's building a reputation, you know. It's coming for 30K's crown right now.
Slowly.
I don't think
Let's talk about
anything
elevators
could
and
quite match 30K.
All right.
How about elevators and trams?
They didn't really address it. Do you guys know what is causing the players to get stuck in this unstowed state? Because if that's leading to the shard lock, and shard locking is just our observation and symptom of it, like, do you know how to fix the unstowed characters?
We didn't talk about repair. You don't want to talk about repair?
Well, actually, that question was mostly about the 6030 and the stowing. You basically covered all that stuff.
That's kind of true.
So, elevators and trams.
Yeah.
Broken or missing elevators in various locations, preventing access to hangars and other areas, or simply trapping players inside. Trams that either let you fall through the floor or yeet you into lower orbit. My question to you,
What?
the fuck?
That's 6.
That's 6. So, brief history.
I've had all of those happen to me, by the way.
It's
It's
a very
terrible.
old system that's been in the game for a long time, and transit in the context of streaming is already a non-trivial problem to solve, because and I need to dive into the why, so to explain a bit, the complexities behind it. But so the transit system is composed of multiple components, right? You've got peripherals, so that's, for example, the button you press to call an elevator or a tram. It's the indicators that say, hey, the tram's coming in, this amount of time. Those are peripherals. You have gateways, which are locations where a carriage can stop at. So, for example, if you're in Lowerville, and you go to the train, where the train stops, it's like a station. That's called a gateway.
Okay. It's like,
You have carriages, which are either elevators, trains, trams, all these things that move along a path. And then they go from gateway to gateway. And they respond to orders that are submitted from peripherals. All sounds nice and dandy. What's the problem, right? So in any game, any other game that doesn't have full-on level streaming, all of these things are always loaded. So the manager, the piece of code that actually is managing the fulfilling the orders and moving the carriages in general, or has the logic of the carriages, is always, all this network is streamed in. It's all loaded, so it's always available. It knows where the carriages are, it knows what's happening, everything is there. In our environment, because of our SOCS technology, that allows us to have more performance on the servers.
Server object container
those.
streaming.
So that means we unload those carriages. So think about your Lowerville train that you see stop at you and then leave. On the server, if nobody's on the track, it doesn't have a carriage there. It's unloaded, right? And so the current iteration of the system actually destroys that carriage and will recreate carriages when it needs it, right? And there's been a ton of issues with this. So that's the first part, right? Is the streaming part. That makes it a bit more complicated. The second part is that the way the system was built initially, it would fulfill these orders to those, send orders basically. You call the elevator from your hangar, I need to send a lift there. So the system is going to tell the lift to move. The lift moves on its own, right? So you will jump and then do the actual path. We want those to be physicalized, so they're actually following certain paths. Now, the issue is that combined streaming with these orders and state is lost in certain conditions. And so the system just needs a whole lot of changes on its communication layer to be reliable, and it needs a fundamental change in how it fulfills these orders. Instead of just sending a message to a carriage and hoping for the best. The transit manager needs to be actually always tending towards the state that it should be in, so that it can self-heal for any kind of issues, right? Whether creating the carriage failed or streaming out and losing a piece of it, the system needs to change to be able to properly do that. So that's what the new system that we're writing is going to do. It's going to solve these communication issues with streaming, and it will make the system self-heal. But we also need to do fixes to the current system immediately, right, to get that working. So now we do have a crack team on this right now, where we've significantly increased the size of the group that is looking at the current elevators issues, which we have absolutely regressed on. And they're looking at adding the self-healing component I just talked about directly in the system. So I was happy to hear that we have now proper reproductions for at least a couple of cases where the gateways are basically becoming defunct. And so you call the elevator and it never shows up, right? That's the number one case that we see at the moment. Or the other one is a lift shows up, you press a button and it doesn't move, right? So that's when the transit manager's lost this carriage, or the gateway is no longer usable. And so now...
So it sounds like he's talking about a little bit versus open versus closed loop communication. So a good example is, let's say you use the DoorDash app and you order yourself a Big Mac, but the app never tells you that your order was received, the payment was processed, and the food is being prepared, right? If all you had was the knowledge that you requested a Big Mac, how nervous are you that the Big Mac is going to arrive at your door, right? It's pretty bad, right? So closed loop communication is adding in those details to say, all right, I've received your order and I am now notifying you, I've got it. I am preparing your food. It will be on its way, right? That's closing that loop, so that from the user of the DoorDash app, in that case, you know that, okay, they know what I want and I'm going to get it. It sounds like the problem he's describing is some of these systems don't have that closed loop communication, right? So he talks about how you interact with the peripheral or a keypad for an elevator, and you say, hey, I need an elevator here. It sends that command out, and there's no confirmation that it was received by anything. Is a carriage on the way? We don't know. So it sounds like what he's talking about is implementing some kind of closed loop communication so that it will communicate back and say, hey, all right, carriage is coming, command received. And if it doesn't do that, then other steps need to be done to try and get it to fix itself.
Now we have those reproductions, and they're not just happening to players. Now we have an actual case where we're able to actually go down and we've seen what actually is going on, so we can put the self-healing things I just talked about to fix it.
So in the past, when we've talked about some of these issues and why they haven't been fixed or whatever, it's because we've had this aversion to doing double work.
Yeah.
We don't want to work on a Band-Aid when we know the long-term solution is ripping the whole damn thing out and replacing it with something else.
Try to do minimal
Transit
change in the
refactor.
existing and say,
What you just described, though,
Is a total reversal
doing
of that.
both, though. So at present, I just want to confirm this here. At present, some amount of persons are working on writing a brand new transit system built for the server meshing reality,
Correct.
and all this stuff.
yes.
But at the same, that's going to take X number of months to do. Not wanting to wait for that because
We need to fix.
you need to fix now.
Right.
There's also another group of people focused on a short-term self-healing fix to the current system
Yes.
that may not fix everything, but will dramatically improve it. Is our hope.
Yes, well,
And
we
hopefully
want
get it
to
into a
function the way it
functional
should
point.
function, which is all the time, like reliable, right? Now, it might mean, because we are still going to have the issue of the streaming out and some error handling, that it might take longer for a lift to arrive in certain cases, but it will arrive. And it will
Because it'll have that error checking, it'll have that error, that self-healing. So the idea is that it won't just not show up.
Right.
You won't just fall through it. You may wait twice as much as you were used to.
in those cases.
but
yes.
then it will show up.
Correct.
Well, that would be something. At least for the short term.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
would be something.
Yeah.
Okay. And that helps me explain why we're doing both.
Right. No,
But,
because we
why
need to
we're
fix
doing
it
short-term
right now.
fixes and
Exactly.
long-term.
Because earlier in the show, they talked about stability versus performance, right? A stable and performant transit refactor is ultimately the goal. But in the short term, if we can get 100% stability at the cost of performance, that's at least playable, where currently we have very little stability. And so it's changing those dials a little bit, trying to pick and choose what is the most important thing at this current juncture.
Okay, that makes more sense to me. Somebody asked, do the elevators in Squadron 42 work?
They use the same system, but a
So
lot of the
no,
streaming bubbles in Squadron
they
42 are a lot
don't.
higher, so they will get stay streamed. in.
Single player, yeah. And then many people are like, just build stairs.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe we can convince Ian and Nick's will be all stairs.
Yeah.
No,
Or ladders, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, no. Stairs, no, not ladders.
hangers.
Yeah.
Hangers.
Ladders have their own issues. Stairs
Failing
are
to
beautiful.
spawn ships correctly. Platforms getting stuck. Ships being destroyed while they're stored.
Yeah.
I saw that one. I'm like, what? Like, or hangars being assigned incorrectly. One by where do you want to start?
All right, I gotta come clean first. On the ships being destroyed when stowed, that was 100% me. So we were looking at some.
Hold on, look right in the camera.
Make eye contact with me, Ben.
You, Benoit.
Yes.
What did you do?
So that was a back-end change that we did to try to alleviate some of the load that we were seeing on some areas. And one of those side effects that was unplanned was that the location ID of ships weren't being updated when they changed. And so the way the ASOP terminal, again, moving sands, right, does its reconciliation, which shows you what's available for you, it actually uses the location as the key element to know if a ship is actually, available. Not only is it stowed, but it needs to be in the right location. Now, this change that I had made for optimization did cause, for a couple of days, the issue where the locations weren't updated, and so all your ships that were stowed in lower locations would show as destroyed. But they were there, but they would show as destroyed in ASOP. And so, yeah, I'm gonna take the blame for that one. That was me.
Is this like if a branch falls in a forest and nobody can hear it? Does it really? The ship's not technically destroyed, but if it reports destroyed and you can't call it because it reports destroyed, isn't it destroyed even if it's not destroyed?
Yeah. Well, actually, claiming it would actually destroy it too. So technically, it's destroyed.
Right, but we resolved that one.
Yeah, that one's resolved.
Okay, so let's get back. So let's talk about failing to spawn ships correctly, platforms getting stuck.
Right. So let's talk about hangars first. Right.
Okay.
So, people that play more on the PTU know how the system works, but it's actually a bit special in that, first of all, the hangars are instance. So they're instance on your shard. You have access to your hangar based on, your ownership of it. But all the hangars on a given ATC gateway, so these are the actual hangar doors on the stations, right, are all stacked on top of each other, right? So that's why that there's been bugs in the past during the PTU cycles for 4.0 where
You can
you
hear
would
somebody
oh
else's
yeah, that bug took a while to fix because it required technology change. But that was also crazy. Like the sound was just,
I don't think it's also
And so
totally fixed either.
What that means is that when
I'm
you're
fairly certain
in
it's
the
not.
station and you want to go to your hangar, you have two options. One of them is use the lift. Now we're just talking about the lift, right? When you call the lift, it will actually unstow your hangar, create your hangar, and then give you permission to go there, right? right the moment you hit that button. So there's a lot of things that need to happen in right successions. Then you enter your hanger. There's render culling that comes into play that will make sure that you only see your hanger, even though everybody's on top of each other, that physics only affect you, right? So they're all stacked. Now, one of the big problems that we're dealing with right now, and we've been diving into it for a while, is that the ship elevator, has a couple of issues, right? I've seen, an Avenger rising from the grave through it. I've seen, ships
I had
spawning
that
on top
last
of
night
each
with my
other.
Guardian, actually.
And so there's two problems behind it. The first one is that the platform itself is it's moved, right? It's not a physical movement, so it's not physics driving the movement. The ship is physics enabled. That is a recipe for disaster. Correct. When you see flapping like that, it's like the combination of things, right? And so, we're currently like discussing a solution because there are limitations that the way it's made is the way that they were limited to make it, but we need to fix it. So it's either both elements are statically moved or they're both physically driven. You can't have this combination. That's what causes all these things. So that's why sometimes server FPS is good, performance is good, all your ships are going to go up, that platform, everything's great. And some other times, half the ships in the platform, and that's an issue. So currently we're rechanging the layout and the setup of the hangars to set this up properly so that it never happens again. The unstow issue is actually, we think at the moment, a bug where in the timing of how when you leave your hangar, we need to stow back this hangar, right? Because if you go to another shard, we want you to have access to your hangar. The timing of this, if there's a ship on the pad when you leave, there's a possibility in the timing where the ship will be stowed with the hangar instead of being stowed on its own, and then the hangar is clean. And that condition is not properly detected when you unstow the hangar again. And so in the cases where, for you as a player, you're not going to see a difference in that you leave with the hangar on the ship on the pad, you leave your hangar, you come back on another shard, and you just go to your hangar, your ship's going to be on it. But if you call a ship from the station and the ship was carried with your hangar up and down, then the ATC is not going to know that there's a ship on the pad, and he will attempt to spawn it there, and that's where crazy happens. And so currently we're looking at that complete cycle to make sure that the timing is correct. And there's also a couple of other issues related to this. Some corruption of data can happen in that case. And so I've
noticed that as of late, if you leave your hangar, it seems like it's just defaulting to storing it, because I've had scenarios where like you leave the Guardian Chi on the pad, go to the lobby, come back, and you have to call it up again. I wonder if that's one of the workarounds that they've implemented in the meantime to try and cull this issue, is just store the ships that it doesn't get unstowed.
An entire team dedicated to the hangars right now, just making sure these issues get solved, because they're affecting everybody. I'm happy to report, though, that one other issue that we had with the hangars got solved related to how you exit the hangar. So
Usually in a ball of flaming wreckage.
well, or after 25 minutes of queuing where the system tells you, hey, in 100 seconds you'll be able to leave. And so so we did hotfix a change to the way that what I call the hangar queues are managed, right? So again, the ATC manages the queues. It's managing how you exit your hangar, which doors open, stuff like that. And at concurrency, so when a lot of players are in the same location, leaving and entering, this queue and those timers would get completely out of whack. And so it would either grant too much time to someone to leave or enter, we're talking 10x the time, or give you literally 3 seconds to leave. And then players would get stuck in the doors, where the doors would go, and then would try to squeeze in it, the doors would squeeze them out. And then, the rest is a little bit of a party. So we hopefully have something on live already alleviating this, but we're still tracking to confirm it completely that it doesn't happen again.
For the folks that
I
are
haven't
still
run
in
into
the
that
chat
one.
saying, please just give us staircases. The hangars are instanced. The stairs would just still go to the elevator is a portal between the real world and your instance world. Even if you spent 5 minutes going up and down stairs, you would still have to hit a portal where you have to queue and push a button and it makes a portal for your thing. It's the same thing. An elevator is just the mechanism. Stairs don't solve it, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's like in other
Hard work
games,
the
like Dead Space, you have elevators.
What's the
Dead Space or Mass Effect? I'm thinking of one of them.
I saw.
But you go into the elevator, it's actually just a loading screen, and it's giving the game time to get everything else pulled up. The being in the elevator doesn't have to do with anything besides just that transitory period between two sections of a game environment.
I've seen images internally of the elevator won't go down, and then Brett or somebody on player experience or whatever will jump in and go under the thing, and they'll see a dragonfly stuck under the elevator that stops it from going down.
And so the problem we talked about physicalization of the platform is definitely related, because then the obstruction code that will, you can't bring down the ship elevator because there's obstruction, initially was like, if there's like a speckle of dust under that platform, it's not going to move, right? Which was, let's just say, a bit
too aggressive.
Way too aggressive. And so
Because that could be like a part of a broken ship.
To just try to stow back. If one of your ship goes under the platform, we'll deal with it and stow it back. But it still needs work to make sure that, even if, I remember one of the early 4.0 preview bugs was like a water bottle would clip through the platform and then would prevent the hangar from functioning completely. And so now we're trying to, again, in the interest of self-healing for these systems, right? It's about, let's not just work at preventing the condition, let's also work at what if it happens anyway, right? We need to do aggressive cleanup to keep the system working. Like the hangars, the elevators, the hangar doors, the ATC systems are all part, in my mind, of what I call the traversal of the game, right? And bugs that affect the traversal of the game, that prevent you from going to your ship and leaving, or entering in and refueling, they are of the utmost priority, right? They have to,
because everything else hinges on that.
Work, then the game doesn't work. They're critical.
And lastly, I'm looking at this JIRA for the hangars being assigned incorrectly. Location ID, it's got your name on it.
Well, I've been investigating that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're not responsible.
I'm not responsible for it yet, until proven otherwise. But in this case, it seems that there's a condition where you can have more than one hangar in a location of the same size, which should not happen. And when the system gets in this state, it might pick one or the other, which can lead to you not having a hangar at all. So that's the thing that we're trying to find out how it actually happens.
Okay.
It's doing eeny, meeny, miny,
Second
mo,
batch
but
of hangar issues.
then it doesn't give you either.
Hangar lifts that clip player ships and destroy them. Doors not opening and closing correctly. Losing your personal hangar completely. And I have the overlapping with the physical audio. We've covered that one.
Yep.
So hangar lifts that just clip the little tiny corner of my spaceship and make it go explode.
Sure.
What's physicalized there, Benoit?
Well, so I was going to touch a bit on ship cleanup, and not necessarily ship cleanup, but density cleanup in general. We talked about the physics events, right, in the past, earlier in the show, right? So the physics events are a godsend for the server performance because we evict all these debris that are causing intersections, slowing down physics. And so that's one of the reasons why we've been able to get performance of the servers up in general. Now, one of those components, well, the same system, is actually responsible for a pink glow that shows up on a ship and will just pop it, right? And so that's part of how we try to resolve the physics intersection for ships, right? And the way it works right now is that it has a smoothed number of frames where if the physics engine is like heavy intersection, at some point it will go like, okay, like something needs to happen. the way we handle that event is still a bit too aggressive right now. And so in some cases, it triggers a heavy intersection and will pop out the ship. But we don't want this to happen to attended vehicles ever. And so we're working right now at adjusting that flow so that only unattended vehicles in full intersection for a very long number of frames are cleaned up. And so right now it's a bit too aggressive for this part. But the distinct glow, pink glow, is we added that to make sure we could identify those problems which we expected would kind of happen until we tuned the system properly.
Basically like a debug tool.
We are at 2 hours.
Wow.
I want to keep going.
Yeah, let's go.
Pete, Dave, Lauren, are you okay?
I'm just gonna go now.
Honestly, I'm not even joking. If you need to go, just leave the camera switched on Benoit.
Yeah.
Nobody needs to see this face anymore. Just leave the camera switched on Benoit, and we're going to keep going. Are you cool? Okay, but seriously, if you do have to go, do it. Just wave and be like, it's on Benoit. I can see it. I want to keep going.
Yeah.
Inventory and item persistence issues.
Right.
Items are disappearing from inventories, ships, and storage containers. This includes bought items, looted items, mission cargo. What's causing this? What are we doing to resolve it?
Don't think I've actually run into that one.
On the inventory system, right, there's...
On one account, I have so many items, I wouldn't be able to tell if I lost something. On the other account, I have so few items that I probably haven't run into this issue.
I should say on the item system. So the way the entities are tracked, entities have entity classes that define what they are, right? And there are, I want to say, tags or configurations we can attach to entities for things that we want to automatically clean up, right? Again, we're back on cleanup, right? Because it's important. So, for example, AI, characters will have what we call an auto stow or auto bury policy. Auto stow will bring something back to an inventory after certain conditions are met. Auto bury will destroy an entity if certain conditions are met, right? Automatically. So that's our ability. That gives us our ability to go, this thing is good, let's say for 12 hours, and after that, we can get rid of it. This is true for like debris or things we spawn on the side or things like that. And so a lot of people have reported losing items, for example, from CZs that were acquired in CZs.
Mm-hmm. That's probably why I haven't lost anything.
At that point, it wasn't
I haven't
even
done
a
those yet.
system issue. It was really, those items were flagged to auto-destroy, basically. And so some players looted armor and were like, started using those armors, and then when the conditions met for the auto-bury, those items disappeared, right? I almost lost this one. And so that was a bad setup, right? And so now I know that a lot of those items have been retagged, right? And so the auto policy will not apply to them, or not if they're attended. Again, it's all about, making sure that the right tags are on them. So that explains some of the inventory things. There was one I was looking into with a player actually recently where when you read your inventory, there's caching going on, right? And when your inventory changes, that cache is supposed to be expired. In certain locations, for some reason, that cache, like especially in CZs, was causing some problems. So opening your inventory in the CZs would be empty, and then you open it again, and then you store something in it, and now other items show up. That's a telltale issue of the cache. So we're actually revamping the query cache right now for these elements to make sure it's always consistently updated. Your stuff is there. It's just...
It just can't show.
It's cache as nothing. Yeah, exactly.
With long-term persistence, it seems like it seems like there's always some level of something disappearing.
Yeah.
Ships get deleted between
every
patches.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
So LTP is a fairly complicated system, right? But if I can simplify it as much as I can, when you stow something in an inventory, and we take that item and we process it. Now let's take a easy example. Let's say a single gun. You have P4. You have a P4. You put in an inventory that you own. A record is created for it's an ownership record that says this player owns a P4, right? Now these records we write to all the time. if you unstow that gun, meaning you put it in your hands, right? We destroy that record because now it's in play. So you play with the gun and then you stow it back. That recreates the record. So these records should always represent what you've got in your inventory that you own. Now,
It sounds like sometimes they don't.
Is that these things can be hierarchies that contain items that then need to be processed. And so we don't persist everything to LTP. Only a select set of entity classes that designers control will go into LTP. For example, ships is a good example, things like that. Now, when we stow a ship, we look at its entire hierarchy, and there might be things attached or loosely left in the ship that are
Not
LTP.
on the list.
Correct, and now they have to be added in. So the also with LTP, there's also sometimes perception issues that things should persist, right? Like for example, a classic case is a ship left in the shard between patches, right? You're flying your ship in 324 and we release 4.0. If you leave the ship there in the shard, right, you don't have an ownership record for it, right? The ship needs to be stowed in order to be there when we recover it. But we do think that there are still issues with some of the recording events in cases where ships are claimed, because at that point, when you join into the next patch, let's say you have a ship you bought with UEC and you store it at a location. That ship actually, its recorded ID comes from your long-term persistent record of that ship. And in the case where you claim that ship again, we think that there might be some cases where the inventory, the record data doesn't follow, and so the LTP record is not recreated. And that could be a source of some of the lost ships in the LTP data. But overall, we're not happy at all with that solution in general. And a bit like you were talking about transit, we want to do a two-pronged approach on this. One of them is we want to find the cases that are left in the current system that don't behave the way we want them, but we're also putting significant effort at a different system for this, which is that we don't want to have to wipe the database at all. So we want to be able to keep your inventories intact between patches and have a forward compatible model where we can actually keep all this data there the way it is, and then
Like checking out a
migrate it.
file from Perforce. You're not destroying it. You're
Correct.
copying it out. Nobody else can write to it. Nobody else can mess with it.
That's right.
It's yours.
Yeah.
And then when you stop it, it goes back. It goes
Correct.
back in. So it's not a non-destructive.
Yeah, and
Like
so
checkout says.
and so our goal with this is that's a fairly large endeavor. I mean, like, we're not going to fix it in a second, right? We're going to still hot patch the current system to make sure that the cases that we've seen are fixed. But the longer term fix is to make sure we only persist the data that's going to be compatible. So differentiate between the serialized variables on entities that are important to a ship from those that are runtime only. That's a big difference. So those will be stored in the global database. And between patches, our goal is to just keep that database like this. So there's no, we're getting records back from a thing that was been recording for 3 months. It's like, no, it's the exact same inventory that you have on the live patch and the new patch. So there's no loss at all. Right.
To be honest, we're getting
That's
to a
our
point
target
where
for this
a
new
lot of
LTP
this
solution.
stuff is kind
Those
of
are
going
obvious.
over my head.
Those are
We're starting to talk a lot more
bugs
code.
and efficiency and stuff. There has still always been this. There's been this existing problem. I think it's been here since I've been here, but I think it's really started to really gain steam in like 2017, 2018, and it's been forever. It's this unique item recovery.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure there was even a thread today that reached the top of one of those channels where it's just like, we get all these cool things. You get cool things packaged in with your pledge purchases or whatnot. And
Your
then
Artemex set
you're too afraid
wills.
to wear them. You're too afraid to
Yours
use
and
them
mine.
because you fall through one planet. You fall through one lousy planet, and you lose it forever.
Or at least until the next
We're not going
patch.
to go into it here because there's another show dedicated to it. But that is absolutely prioritized this year. It's prioritized in a way that I've never seen it prioritized. The talk is stopped and the work is starting. So we've got a signed off design, and people are on it right now. And
I mean, the thing that speaks. that speaks a little bit to also the change in mentality
Yes.
that we're trying to affect, which is tackling things like this, right? Are not just bugs and quality issues, but also playability issues,
Yeah.
right? That need to be addressed as well.
It's going to be a 3-tiered solution. Again, we'll have a show where we go through it all. I'm filming with Declan next week on it's like this. There'll be a short term that'll help a lot. There'll be a long term that'll help even more, and then the super long term is crafting. And basically, you get blueprint for everything. You can just make your own, and
So
that
next
you never
week,
ever have to worry about. So
hopefully
it's
we
a
will
multi-stage
have
thing, but this
an
first
idea of
stage
what's going to happen.
Just got signed off, and it's in active development. And
You excited?
it's just I joke. Not a joke. I say it with all sincerity that the same conversations the backers have, we have internally just 3 weeks earlier.
100%.
Been
I think sometimes it's 3 weeks later, though.
Sometimes it's scary. Right?
for everything.
Sometimes it's scary.
So that to see actual movement on this right now is exciting.
Yep.
So
One
next
last thing
week,
to call
Wills,
before we go.
they're going to tell you what they're going to
The
do
aggressive
next
ship
week.
despawning mechanic.
Yeah.
Sometimes ships are despawned while people are still inside them.
Yeah, that should not happen ever. In fact,
It's nice to hear it said
yeah,
out loud.
no, the system is supposed to be made that we have a passenger count on each of those ship entities, and if there's a passenger, even if he's not piloting, and even if it's not his ship, we should not be despawning those ships at all. And so that's definitely on the lookout right now as to why it happens. I mean, there's a couple root causes. Unfortunately, for it just looks the same, right?
Well, I'll probably
Again, if you
stream
don't have the
again
pink glow-
at some point next week as well.
the
So
pink glow is a telltale.
you can always
It's-
catch it here.
It's the physical detection, which we're going to ease up. If the ship just despawns out of midair, right? I've seen this happen with ATC. Sometimes has with the timer problem that we fixed before had an issue where it could despawn your ship mid-flight when you left, which was egregious.
Mr. Arrow, it is tonight. After we get through this, which I know has taken a long time, we're going to be talking about this guy. I've got some plans for modifying this G502X. So stick around. We are going to get to it. It's just right after this. And after that, I'm going to be trying to mix them in. I'm going to be trying to mix them in more frequently. I used to do it so that like each stream would have some maker element to it. You have to leave for work in 5 hours. Well, how much do you really want to watch it, Mr. Arrow? I mean, if it doesn't work for you, you can always catch the VOD when it gets uploaded later. But we are going to be working on the G502 tonight. I've got some parts coming for another project that I will hopefully start next week. So I'm going to try and make this more consistent where there will be something Maker-esque each week with the stream. I'm going to try and be a little more consistent with the stream schedule too. So it'll get there. I also did see that you left some great suggestions for some video ideas, so I will be trying to incorporate those in some upcoming videos as well.
I think that one has been solved, but jury's still out. I want a proper confirmation on it. The one where your ship is considered unattended and you're still in it and it despawns is completely like that needs to be solved right, like hotfix right away.
Mission bugs.
Yeah.
Now we went through a refactor with 4.0 that reduced the mission
All right.
options.
Good night,
hopefully
Mr. Arrow.
temporarily.
Thanks for hanging
But
out.
we're still seeing a lot of the same issues that we saw before. Arriving at a location and having no AI spawn. Mission objectives failing to register. And cargo disappearing upon completion. The fight for Pyro event going on right now is particularly affected, with many players unable to complete it, or various aspects of it due to bugs. Save Stant in Chapter 1 was like walking through a minefield trying to figure out which parts worked and which parts didn't. The net 402 has more mission stuff in the content. It's like, talk to me about missions,
Sure.
please. Elliot, this one's for you. I gave you crap on the other one, but I'm doing this for you, man.
Okay.
Help us out.
So let's start at the beginning, right?
Okay.
What did we do in 4.0 for missions, right? So the way missions worked previously is that we had first one server with all the entities, all the 100 players playing on it. When you played missions, there was an invisible entity created on the server somewhere. The location doesn't matter, right? That would manage that mission, right? And the way the missions work, if you can picture it in your mind, is that there's a mission management module, and then when you reach certain locations, right, when you stream in that location, a mission module at that location is going to actually kick in and has its own logic for, like, if you're picking up a box, for example, let's say a box delivery mission, you get to that location, there's a mission module that pops up. Does the pickup logic. When you unpick up, it's like, oh, you need to go to this other one. Then there's another mission module at that location. Now that's the way, and then if I add global events on top of that, there's a global events manager on top of that. That was like a global thing on the server. Now I've said global multiple times here. Every single one I said, every single time I said global is not compatible with server meshing because we don't have a global entity setup, right? And so what needed to happen is a fairly large engineering task. I hate that we just said refactor, that we branded this as refactor, because it's really a new core mission system behind the scenes, which is completely outside of the game servers and does the orchestration of what a mission is, right? And the global flow of a mission. You have something to complete. There are phases, objectives, there's state tracking, there's requirements and rewards, right? And so it's the mission system is what we call it. There's no longer a mission entity that's hold on the server that just manages the whole thing. They all communicate to the mission system that then ticks the logic of the mission forward. Even though all these mission modules, written by the Kid Rock of mission, can do all kinds of fun things, at each of the different locations. So the fundamental work was to make sure that the mission system was functional in server meshing. That was really the part of the gameplay element that was completely incompatible with server meshing. Another piece that we needed to solve in the build for 4.0 and as part of the mission system is how markers work. And so markers are always a big issue. Have always been a big issue in Star Citizen since the very beginning.
Those are probably not server meshing
even more problematic.
Compatible.
So, let me state the problem. You're on a Pyro game server and I'm on a Stanton game server, but I add you to my party. Now I want a party marker on you, right? Mm. My game server doesn't even have your star system loaded. Like, it doesn't even know what's going on, right? And so for that, we needed a piece of technology that would allow the streaming system to stream your entity marker on my server so I could actually see your position changing. And so we've built all of this in place, but that's a fundamental change to how markers work. And now I'm going to dive into why do we have that many bugs behind it.
It's almost like we need a replication layer for the mission system itself.
Almost, right? Like for things that are...
That's what it sounds like they're describing.
Cross systems, things like that, right? And so the way we call those things, like the markers, are independently streamable entities, blah, 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 which basically allows us to have a marker on an entity that's anywhere in the server mesh. Now that system works, right? It's in place. It's been fairly reliable, but that touches on all the markers in the game, and so a lot of issues came up for that. And one of the things that we have not tackled with the refactor is how missions are built. And to Elliot's credit, right? I think that
we're using Elliot's name, but there's
I'm
James,
using him. There's James. There's your
Lars,
Nick. All these guys. So
we all know that the only person who works on missions is Elliot. That's why this takes so long.
The credit to all these guys, right? We have not provided this team with the right tools to build compelling missions. They are dealing with an archaic scripting system that dates back to a previous era that we are just about to finish modernizing by replacing to give these guys modern tools and modern approaches. And so going back to markers, the markers are completely managed by game designers and set and removed and displaced and whatever. And that makes for very complicated systems and logic that's not very robust. And so that's why even with a robust marker system, because the markers are managed a bit ad hoc in mission scripts, it makes it really complicated to follow. Like I remember distinctly when we did the golden ticket event, which that was the whole mission, was like, there's a marker on the ticket, right? Well now, the holder puts the ticket on his core armor. Now am I tracking the core armor? And then, how does that work? And so, and the mission logic had to manage all these cases. And so now that we've kind of finished the foundation for making the mission system function in server mesh, and we're going to obviously keep iterating on making it robust in this setting and fixing the missions to make sure that they also leverage the system properly.
Totally haven't been debating on trading one of my Connies for a Scorpius. I mean, I love the Scorpius. It's a fun ship. I'm a big fan of all the X-Wing... Well, I'm a big fan of all the Star Wars analogous ships. We got the TIE Silencer, TIE Interceptor, X-Wing, Millennium Falcon, B-Wing, Y-Wing.
Bringing back the missions that are missing, but also improving the ones that are there so that they're even more robust, right? We have started the engineering work with the new Starscript Foundation to rethink how missions are made from the get-go, to give Elliot, Nick, James, and all these mission designers the right tools so that they're not bogged down with details. If you saw the way they make missions now, it's like involved, right? And we want to make
I think we have seen it before, and it does look like a lot of work and not very quick.
So that programmers can support that content. So when we're talking about this change of focus, we're saying, we're going to deprioritize features. We're also going to prioritize features for content as well, right? So that they can make content that's fun and reliable, so that missions that have been notoriously problematic or events that have been notoriously problematic become fun and reliable, right? And that's what we really want to do for the mission part.
All right. That's going to be incredibly important.
Yes.
The mission stuff, especially for this year, this idea that of a narratively driven, content driven year, if we're not providing, 8 to 10 sexy new features every single patch, we're not providing, places to go and things to do. Instead,
you need to have a lot more content, a lot more missions, a lot more story and narrative.
System seems like one of the larger. If I were in charge of the priorities, it seems like one of the larger ones. But we actually have some conversation about how you can affect that priority thing at the end of the show. Don't let me forget. Quantum drive.
Yeah.
Quantum travel.
The bug that keeps on giving.
There's a lot of starting and stopping.
Yes.
Quantum travel. A lot of repeating the same actions over.
Okay, can you guys imagine how hellish it would be if we had the new quantum travel implemented right now? The one that has it's that you do a little mini game where you have to keep the ship on the ball before you can relax. Like, if you're having to initiate every time you cross a server boundary, that means 3 mini games per trip, because you go from planet to space to planet. So you do the mini game in the planet server, you go into the space server, and it cuts out. So you start it again, and then you get to the next planet server, and it cuts out again, and then you have to do it one more time. So I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm actually glad that we don't have new quantum travel yet, because that would be so obnoxious to have to deal with.
Over and over to get something to work. And a lingering issue of fuel states not syncing between meshes or simply vanishing altogether. Where's my quantum fuel, Benoit? And of course, some ships themselves disappear during quantum travel.
Right.
I haven't had that one yet.
Do we have our own Bermuda Triangle? What's going on?
Well, yeah, Jens did add some.
Seems
notes
like
and
it.
Said, if you find the Bermuda Triangle, please report it on IC. So quantum has been, since the very beginning, we put the first meshing test in place. That was the first thing, right? It's like, quantum stops when I cross a server boundary. That's what happens, right? Still. So the same symptom has been, again, triggered by multiple, issues.
You find 5 causes, the 6th one shows up.
Correct, exactly. And the latest ones are related to the resource container so again, I don't want to dive too deep on this, but like entities have classes that define what they are, and they have components on them that define their functionality. So like, if I have a box with a health component, then the health component manages its health, its damage, and its destruction, right? So the entire game is made like this, with components that define things. And so the quantum drive is made up of multiple components, and these components need to deal with the change of authority when we cross a server boundary. And so there's a lot of entities intertwined for quantum drive to function. Fuel, resource container, and quantum drive. And we've been fixing issues with this transition on these entities nonstop since the beginning, because there would be a fix, then it would work for 2 patches, then a change to how we deal with chum points would come in, and then re-break it, right? And so we are in deep regression on a lot of things, right? And so to solve that, we need a lot more focus on validating the issues. It's like, yeah, we fixed this. Okay, let me try transition 1, 2, 3, 4. Like more, I don't want to say more QA, but more QA. We need a lot more QA to validate the fixes.
We're in the home stretch. How you guys doing?
Still
Again,
here. Cool.
if you need to leave, just, Pete, I'll drive the microphones back to you tomorrow. if you guys need to take off.
No, you must stay. If you don't stay, you're fired.
So a little behind the scenes here. I write a doc, and all the things I want to hit and stuff like this, and I make myself little notes about things I want to remember that I hit.
Put some red
This
stuff.
one just says prisons.
Reminds me of
I'm
somebody.
tired. What's going on? It's all I wrote for this. Prisons. I'm tired.
What's going on? So prisons is, and I've learned about this in inquiring a bit about the mission, the prison bug, right? Is actually a mission, and it's a very old mission.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a mission module that runs the prison logic. And so for those, I'm sure everybody's familiar, but for those who are not, for some reason, there's a bug that lasted through preview and at the beginning of 4.0, I think, or it was fixed
Where you
just before
can't
that,
escape prison.
if you were a criminal and you got caught and you ended up in Clutcher,
You got what you deserve.
well, I don't know. But you could try to prison escape, which didn't work because the mission logic that drives the prison escape is tied to this. And so the codes weren't outputting correctly. The logic was basically made for the old mission system. It was not ported. That's part of the refactor. And so it basically depended on when you get to that location to give you a new mission instance for your prison experience, which the new system requires that these modules are persistent and stay there, which accumulate the logic change. And so the logic becomes desynchronized with the state of the mission. So what that did is that you would literally do your time, either use smuggled in adenite from somebody else or mine it, pay your due, and then the elevator will look forward to the front, to the prisoner who's paid us, blah, blah, blah. And then you would press the elevator.
Attention.
Press the elevator.
Please direct your attention to the front gates.
It would never detect that the
One of our
action
residents
area
has completed their
that you're
rehabilitation and
leaving
is ready to
actually triggering,
rejoin society.
Which triggered the,
Or,
leave
no,
prison
and is ready for
logic, right?
release.
And so the guys have done a hotfix for this in preview, actually at the end of the preview, I think, where they've moved the logic for this leave prison flow to the actual law component that's on your character. And so now we're guaranteed that no matter how weird this flow would get, it's actually going to be reliable.
You just said we guarantee it's going to be reliable. We are 2 hours and 30 minutes into this.
No.
You just used the phrase, it's guaranteed.
Guarantee.
Reliable?
Let me rewind. It should be a lot more reliable.
No! Where's the
Because
strength,
player's always
Benoit?
trained in. So I have a fairly good confidence on this fix. As long as the elevator works.
That's a big caveat, Benoit. As long as the elevator.
As long as
we could sit here for another 2.5 hours and say all kinds of grand things and just be like, as long as the
The
elevator.
elevator works.
Maybe we'll put some stairs in prison. In fact, there are.
That is one of the phrases that does the most heavy lifting in Star Citizen since its development. As long as the elevator works.
But you need the prison escape code to get them.
All right, we've got like 4 more topics. We're done. Mining.
Yeah.
Sometimes minables are taking up to an hour to fully load in, making them rather impossible to mine.
Yeah. Mining has been actually a dreaded gameplay loop in 4.0. That's one of the reasons when we did the evaluation, whether 324 or 4.0 preview, whatever, we did take a look at mining. Like, is mining functional? Is mining in the prospector functional? Is mining in the mole functional? Is mining on the rock functional? Is hand mining functional?
Mining on the rock has never been functional.
It actually was intermittent in the first report, but
The Rock DS is really bad. I actually had a lot of fun doing rock mining in
we've identified what we think is
3.24.
causing this delay. It's basically the conversion from the render node object, because the mining and harvestables are always in large quantities, right? They could be a very large performance hog, and so they're highly virtualized, and so there's a conversion from render node to entity that is, for some reason, very slow. And so we're diving in to try to figure out what's going on, but that's what's happening. So that's why it takes time for them to show up properly.
There's nothing wrong with the Rock DS, people, just with the people who like it.
Oh!
All right, I'm officially tired. The views and opinions of Jared Huckabee do not represent those of Clan Imperium Games, Robert Space Industries, or its subsidiaries.
And we didn't talk about the mission reduce strict rep gates.
The what?
The reduce strict mission sharing has also been reduced with new strict rep gates. Is one stop.
I just thought that sucked. I didn't think you had an answer for it.
No, I got
Okay.
an answer for it. I went to the people.
You screwed up mission sharing and the payouts, and it's miserable and it's terrible now.
Well, so there was a bug that caused everybody in a given mission to get the reward for the missions, right? So that means if a mission payout was 10K, then
Everyone gets 10K.
Everybody would get 10K. Everybody participating.
It was amazing.
Well, so
Loved it when that.
So the funny bit is, I talked to Rich Tyrer about it, and he's like, I couldn't catch it before they fixed it. That's what I want. And so ultimately, it wasn't exactly what we wanted, but that's the direction we want to go in. We want to encourage you guys to play together. And so
Okay.
having those rewards divided is kind of a counterpoint, right? To get people to play together. Like, why group with you
If I
I'm gonna
have
get
to
half the
share it.
payout, right? And so the thing is, like, the system doesn't work the way we want it to do. So the fix did go through, right? Because it was an easy fix and we have the right persons in place to do it. But that's not where we want this to be. We do want to improve that part.
We're at 2.5 hours
Yeah,
and talking about all the bugs that still need to be fixed.
correct.
And the one bug we did fix was one we didn't want to fix.
I know, it's crazy, right?
You know, when you put it that way,
You know, I challenge you. Whatever you think about the project or me or Benoit, the show, you've never seen an episode of any kind of dev communication like this from any other game developer. Nobody's ever been willing to sit in a chair for 2.5 hours plus and be grilled about all this. So, all right. Just 2 more or 3 more.
Three more.
3 more subjects. 3 more subjects.
We got mining done.
3 more subjects. Yeah.
What's the next one?
Vulkan.
Yeah.
And NVIDIA driver issues.
Yeah.
that's been
Players
impacting
who
me
are
quite a
using
bit.
Vulkan with the latest NVIDIA drivers are reporting graphical artifacts and crashes. I
Yep.
know some of these crashes were seen from third-party softwares. What was that one that we found? One guy who had like 40 instances of the same crash, and it was all linked to this third-party thing he was using.
Oh, was that reshade on this?
It wasn't Reshade. It was called something else. I can't remember. Overall, what can you tell us about what's happening with Vulkan and the NVIDIA drivers?
Well, so we're still investigating the cause, but for now, right, we think it's related to a specific driver version from NVIDIA related to the upgrades for the 5090 cards. So we're not quite sure exactly, but it is definitely, there is, when you update your NVIDIA drivers, there are two drivers, one for Direct3D and one for Vulkan. It doesn't look like it, but there are two. And so we think that there's an issue related to the latest version of the driver for Vulkan specifically. And so you could downgrade your drivers and it probably solve the issue in the meantime, but we're still investigating to make sure it's completely not, you know, related to this. But we've been investigating other games are also having the same issue. And so we're,
Yeah,
you know,
there was one or two drivers ago where I saw somebody, they had glowing heads. All the character heads were glowing and stuff, and they were on Vulkan.
We don't think it's a third-party app in this case, though.
Yeah, no, that was just one instance we were chasing down. I was watching.
You do need to be careful with third-party apps that inject into the 3D pipeline for multiple reasons. One of them being that the ESC sandbox can catch it, but also because they can cause GPU crashes. So,
all right. The last two are about.
So essentially with that one, you just need to wait until the next driver comes out.
So, Issue Council has bugs. Issue Council has some issues with it. Players are talking about the effectiveness and usability of the Issue Council. I've seen them expressing frustration with the dupe system and suggesting improvements to the reporting process. There is significant discussion about the difficulty of reporting recurring bugs that have previously been marked as fixed. Why is this happening, and how do we address this going forward? Well, these are the folks who are trying to help us.
The first thing I would say is that the Issue Council...
Here's my hot take. I don't think everybody should be allowed to participate in the Issue Council. I was looking at it earlier today, and if you go through just the first page, you will see multiple brand new reports about the elevators, but they all tie into the same issue. So really the most effective thing to do would be to hop into the game, try and get those errors to happen, and then contribute more to one issue. But instead you have people creating new issues, and I don't know exactly how you would authorize someone to get permission to make issues. Obviously, I think I'm someone who's qualified to do that, but I don't think everybody should be allowed to. I think that's giving too much freedom to players.
At CIG is of extreme importance, right? Even though for players, if you don't feel like your issue is being actioned or that there's retroaction from the team, you can be certain that we have, especially Bayer's group is at the forefront of this, but Issue Council reports are significantly of high quality in general when they do pass the filters, of course, right? And so we use that data every day, right, to confirm issues. A lot of the issues we have on our famous directors list that I just talked about are not internal JIRAs. They're IC reports, right? And so that process is super key for us. It's a very difficult signal to noise ratio process though, because the level of effort put into reporting is not necessarily of smooth like the quality range is large, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you can have a lot of crap.
Work. Others are like extremely filled with evidence and you know, and those are the ones we want, obviously. We do want to improve the dupe system. So I've seen several backers on the ETF and elsewhere that are very active at calling out dupes. And for now, I think that their voice are kind of modeled by people saying, oh, I can reproduce, right? Instead of saying, oh, I confirmed this dupe, right? So we're actively looking at how we can improve that flow, because that's a major, like when we identify a duplicate, it's a major win, right? So when you contribute to the Issue Council, a new report is, depending on the issue, right, takes a lot of effort for it to reach us, because you need to get reproductions on it. Reproducing another issue is a great contribution, but identifying a dupe is probably the best contribution you can make, because that helps us a lot. And for now,
but identifying a proper dupe,
we want to change the way the Issue Council works to make that a lot more at the forefront, for sure. But the prioritization and the upvotes have historically been used, but in this new process, we're also trying to lean into this a lot more. And so the please fix hammer button, right, to upvote an issue, we're going to try to give it a voice and actually make some of the internal discussions we're having, I can share some thoughts if you guys are interested, are even to have community identified issues directly in the directors list, like make the community a director in this list.
There's also some amount of things being marked dupes that aren't dupes.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's people are moving fast. Some people think they've seen that before or whatever, or they think this is the same thing as that, but it's not. Right. It's just in the same ballpark or whatever. So there's also this thing that happens where things are getting marked duped and they're not duped, and that's I don't know how you battle that.
No, well, that's a balancing act, right? That's why for now I feel like the dupe.
What I'd like to see is I'd like to have a way where I could have something that I'm looking at currently, push that to the side, and then pull up another issue simultaneously in the same web page, so that then I could cross-reference the two and make that determination. I think that would enable people who have good intentions to do a better job, but it wouldn't cull the issue of people just blanket stating something as a dupe.
Markers are kind of more experienced, testers that are helping us, and but deduping, right, will happen typically when we actually intake a bug, right, from the community, and we're going to try to repro it internally. That's where we're like, oh, it's been marked as a dupe, but it actually is a new symptom, or it's the same case as another one or not.
Do you think there's some amount of, is it possible that there's some amount of semi-malicious intent there? People who are farming dupes or using bots or whatever, because as I know there are incentives for participation in the IC and stuff like this.
Right.
Obviously, we incentivize the use of the issue council because it was incredibly important to our to the way that we make the game. But any incentive
Sure.
tends to be weaponized in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
So, have you seen evidence of this? Is this?
No, not so far, right? Not so far as to say like, oh yeah, there's this going on, right? The worst things that we've seen so far, and
that actually surprises me.
Brigading a specific issue, right? And that's why also we've been kind of careful with rewards to the issue council. It's not because we don't want to reward players that are doing stuff there, like we are doing some of them, but we're always trying to stay asynchronous so that you can't go, oh, they're going to reward for this, so I'm going to go and create reports, or I'm going to create dupes, or I'm going to create whatever.
It's obviously you're the person who would know, and it's not that I don't believe it. What I'm seeing, what I've seen, sure, and what I'm reading in chat right now. Would you commit to maybe taking a look at that and maybe seeing
sure,
if maybe it is being manipulated?
Yeah, I can absolutely look at it.
Okay.
Especially if there's a sense that that's happening. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I would think that there are.
Yes.
There is a lot of that going on.
Never had that. Actually.
Last. Obviously, we're not covering every bug, every topic in the thing. It's,
well.
Yeah, we've done more than
more hours.
We've done more than any human being in the world. I've never seen this look on David's face before. Like David was a kind and jovial spirit,
and now he's like down.
And now he's like, I'm gonna pay for this.
Yeah.
The error codes themselves.
Give David a raise.
Famously.
Yeah.
30K.
63, 630
different things, 60 things. We have made progress. We've absolutely made progress. But even that 630 is that's not just one thing. There's multiple causes for even the 630 and stuff like this.
Of course.
Are there any initiatives in place to help this drive down? Anybody who's worked in IT, I worked in IT for 20 years before I came here. Everybody knows that the worst errors are the ones where you can't rely on the error code, and you're never going to get 100%. You're never going to get to a point where every single error code is just going to spell out to you everything that's exactly wrong with the thing. But I feel like there's still improvements we can make.
Absolutely.
We're not at that point where there's nothing more we can do.
No.
So what are we doing about it?
Well, so on error codes, the error codes, I'm gonna go and merge pop-ups into that, right? Because I mean, the error pop-ups date back to the very original start of the project. Like nobody's touched these things in forever, right? So the nicely misaligned cancel button is my favorite pet peeve, right?
Why haven't we fixed that button?
Well, we're fixing it. So we actually have a CL right now to change all these pop-ups to make them at least readable, and aligned, right? So we start with that. But
No, you start with the elevators, then you fix the button.
so the error codes themselves, right? So there's already good categorization for issues. So every kind of like 30,000 errors, 40,000 errors, 60,000 errors are all like families of errors. Unfortunately, over the years, we've added more systems, we've grown the infrastructure.
And those
there's a
families
lot
might
more
not
causes
make sense
for
anymore.
Exit or fatal errors than there are actual code assigned in those categories. And so what we're doing now is kind of seeing if we can surface more information. 30,009 is typically related to your character during login, but there's a million causes that could cause a 30,009, whether it's that shard can't outstall your player, or your player is missing a component, or, and we're trying to surface more of that so that there's more of these cases so that you can, as a player, know a bit more about it. Also, the wording for some of those errors are being revamped because, they're not always very clear. And we're trying to...
I want to do that shocked bird gif right now. Hold on. Continue.
Correct. And so adding more details and more granularity to our error codes, changing the wording, making sure they're more effective at representing what they are, and eliminating a bunch of there's a couple cases where we fall to a default error code for kind of unknown conditions. That's what we need to flesh out, is like the unknown, what is the unknown condition? Try to surface more error codes from the other systems to get more of that information in place. So we need more clarity on that side, so that players like, oh, I got a 19K error. What does that mean, right? Like I go in Spectrum a lot in the SC testing chat, and I see players going like, what's the fix to 19K errors, right? And a 19K raw error is like your client can't talk to the backend service at all. So it's typically a client-side problem, firewall, machine connectivity, something like that. But the error message itself is really unclear, right? It's like, oh, we failed to log you in, right? Well, what can I do as a player to fix that, right? So we're trying to get a lot
Character
more clarity in these error
repair,
messages. That's part of
disable your
the
firewall.
improvements of these things that have been plaguing us forever. These goddamn pop-ups are one of them.
I've had to hear with these goddamn pop-ups.
Hey, you want a funny one? Like, here's a funny one on these pop-ups, right? Because we're all complaining about them, but we lost those pop-ups during the 4.0 preview, right? Everybody was having a black screen. Everybody was complaining about a black screen.
Oh, yeah,
Why is it a
true.
black screen, right?
That
Well,
was
what
supposed to be
actually
a pop-up.
is that someone that I shall not name, right? But a developer fixed another issue where when you die, we need to move the camera and move your character, and it looks like crap, right? So we didn't want to see that. And so the way to solve that was to fade out the game UI, including the pop-ups. That was it, And so in this case, it was if you got disconnected, then the pop-up would go fade to black. Great. Serenity now.
It was probably Elliot.
So we're here.
Yeah.
We're at the end.
I'm just kidding. That doesn't
was
have anything to
logging
do with what he would be doing, I would think.
Going forward, I touched on this about halfway through, but going forward, with a focus on stability, performance, and content this year, this means less time available, fewer resources spent, and no patches dedicated specifically to new features. It's not that new features won't come out or they're not being worked on the background, just that instead of 10 or 15 people working on them, there's now a much smaller group, and the time, we're not going to time lock it into a specific thing. We're going to make good on the promise we made back with 3.0, quite honestly. Star Citizen's been this heavily feature-driven project in the past. Every 3 months or so, You know, a patch with a bunch of new features comes out that brings people back. They come in, they see the new features. It's this cycle that's existed for so many years, and we're stopping that now, and we're focusing on fixes and quality of life. And all no more. It's just from a marketing standpoint. These trailers where it's like this feature, this feature, this feature, this feature, this feature. Like those days are not here this year. That's not what this year is going to be about. So this thing's I'm excited and I'm scared at the same moment, if I'm being completely honest, because we've never seen what a content-driven, stability-focused year of Star Citizen is like. It's going to be different. And like anything else with Star Citizen, it's going to change and evolve over the year, because somebody will have an idea in April and we'll tweak this, and somebody will have another idea in June and we'll tweak this. So all we know is that it's going to be different. It's going to be different, hopefully better, but it's not what we've done before. Do you think this is scary? And more importantly,
I can't imagine that he doesn't think this is scary.
The time for the change.
Well, I think first of all, it is very scary, right? Because it's a change of how we've been doing things forever, right? Which is like a focus on transformational change to the game, and constant evolution. Whereas now we're focusing on hardening and playability and looking at, what players are doing in the game and going like, everybody's hitting this problem, like, and then it's not just the voice and the side is like, hey, we should fix this, right? It's like, no, we're fixing this. Like every director in the company is going to be on top duty for this, right? But what's scary is that, how did Jens frame this for us? He said that the stability and performance heightens hunger for new content and new features.
Oh.
And that's the part that's scary.
If we
do achieve what we're set to achieve, we're going to need features as well, right? And
when we get to that point, then everybody's going to turn. It's like, there's nothing to do now. It's the
sushi restaurant energy, right?
Yeah.
But it just has to be done. And the reason why it's time to do this is because we all, like Chris said it in his letter, that's the part that resonated the most to me, is like, we all acknowledge that if the game that we have now functioned the way it's supposed to, it'd be a great game, right? And that's what we want. We want a great game, and we can build on, and pass a road to get us out of alpha, right? And that's why it's time now. That's why we're committing to this.
And if there's one thing we've obviously spent a lot of time. We've obviously spent a lot of time here. Sorry, Pete, took my hand off my face. Audio guys just like, stop talking into your hand. I'm tired. If there's one thing you want to make sure people take away from this today, the letter in
Brains on Burn Station are abysmally low.
All of the refocusing and restructuring that's going on now, and from this, admittedly, a lot of talk. The proof will be in the pudding over the next year.
Yeah.
What do you want people to take away from today?
I mean, I think I want players to know that we know about the state of the game. We're not oblivious to it. We really care about making the work of our teams shine, and we're going to work our ass off to get this game stable and solid, and to be the game that we want to be. I think it's about time we do that change.
Well, Spirit Wolf 655 in chat says pure BS.
All right.
Trying, guys. Benoit, thank you so much for taking your time to be here. Folks don't know this. There was the entire CTG team is here for the annual summit. There was a big celebratory party for launching server meshing and finally getting out the door. It's happening right now. It started right as we went on the air, and Benoit, chose to be here to do this instead. He chose to be here for 3 hours and face the tough conversations. Yeah, we're just about 3 hours. Damn. Thank you so much. I gotta thank David, Pete, and Lauren for sticking it out. This is not what I sold them when I said, "Come help me make the show." The community team and the player experience team are going to put up a thread on Spectrum where they discuss many of the pressing issues that we talked about today, and they're going to have you vote on which ones you think are most pressing. Obviously, we have our own internal prioritization. We've talked about the directors list and stuff like this, but it was an initiative that was really important to the top leadership. We wanted to know what you guys what you guys are thinking and what you guys are doing. So look for that. I'm not sure when it's going to go live or in what subsection. Just check it out on Spectrum. It'll be up. Thank you again, and
Hopefully, I don't get flamed by the game devs for my details. We'll see.
yeah. Let's see if I've still got a job back when I go to that thing. Let's see. I want to say one more thing before we go. This is
Make it quick, Jared. I have to pee.
This is going to be a real change of topic here. In November, for IAE show episode 3, we released this puppet song that John Crew and I did, that I wrote, and this thing that I've been dreaming about. Kat, our fantastic creative director for the project, made it all happen, and so like this.
Is he talking about the
things I was most
jalopy?
proud of. And about an hour after that episode went live, on November 28th, I called my dad. Those who have followed the project for a while know my dad is a Star Citizen. Ever since that random day in 2017 when I got a text message, "Hey son, when is the Cutlass Red? Get this," or whatever. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? My family is not supposed to be involved in this thing. He's been a Star Citizen for a long time. I called him up because it was one of those things that I knew would make him proud and it would make him laugh. And it did. He answered the phone in a hospital bed. There was nothing to worry about at that point. He just felt a little weird. At his age, they would take precautions. And he assured me everything was fine. We watched it together and we laughed and everything was great. And we said goodbye and we talked about how excited we were to see each other at Christmas. About an hour later, he had the first of a series of heart attacks. And on December 9th, after a week of convincing me that I did not need to rush out there because he was going to be okay and everything, he passed away. And when I went back, and I'm doing all the things that a son has to do when their father passes away, I'm going through his computer, I'm going through his records and making sure everything. What I discovered was I knew he liked Star Citizen. I did not understand the breadth of involvement that he had. He retired. He retired from the Army and from the Corrections Service and from Homeland Security and all the things he did over his life, and he became a professional Star Citizen. His Discord was full of over 100 unread DMs. And as I went through them, they were all talking about Star Citizen. He was in at least 14 different Star Citizen Discords. He was in a number of organizations, and he was an officer in several. And he was able to do that because of you. I didn't talk about Star Citizen with him. We had a standing rule that when I came home for holidays and whatnot, he was not allowed to ask me a question about Star Citizen until after dinner was done and the plates were done. It was really important to me to have one aspect of my life that was not completely consumed with Star Citizen, and I made that my family. His engagement with this project was all because of you. There were Star Citizens at his funeral. There were Star Citizens at his wake. And not the worst Star Citizen I've ever been to. But what I came away with is just a profound appreciation for many of your roles in his life. His retirement was playing with you. So many of you, names I see in the chat, I saw in the chat today, which is why I'm saying this now. So, for me, personally, thank you for being there for him when I wasn't able to be. And you made the last 6, 7 years of his life some of his happiest. So, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for watching. Thank you for playing Star Citizen. Thank you for being the community that you've always been, even the ones that call out total BS. You're all appreciated. That's it for this show. Tune
Some
in
of
next
us just
week.
a
There's a
little bit
BTS
less.
episode and an ISC episode about something. I can't even think about what they are anymore. Thank you. And we'll see you next week, everybody. Take care. Bye.
Thanks.
That was heartwarming. Unfortunately, I don't think I was any of those people for Dad Lando, because I didn't know that Jared's dad played Star Citizen. But man, we should all be so lucky to have a dad that gets so excited about the projects that we work on, right? That would be a dream. All right, we are going to take a quick pause so that I can order myself some food, go pee, refill my water, and then I'm going to come back and re-rig everything for our maker session, which is going to be, I don't know, about an hour. I've got some project ideas in mind for this G502X, which I'll move over here now because we're going to start working on it. But I will be right back. I have to go pee, and then I'm going to order me some food. So what did you guys think about the broadcast? I thought it was pretty good. Benoit gets a lot of love from the community because he is very much so not a... When he talks, it doesn't feel like a sales pitch. I think there was just like a hint of that towards the beginning that I called out a little bit, but overall, I think he's very to the point and no BS. So, and I really appreciate that about him. I think it can be quite frustrating as a player to always get a marketing spin, which, to be honest, that's what you get in any other game as well. The difference with Star Citizen is it is in development and we're along for the ride. And that part can be frustrating because we want to play a game, but that game doesn't exist yet. Sorry, give me just a second here. Let's do that one. Okay, so that's taken care of. All right, I'm gonna try and kind of rearrange the set a little bit here so that we can try something a little new today. For that, I don't actually need these. Let me turn these off. Okay, those are off. To move you. So let's do this. I like that. Then hopefully you don't get dizzy. Gotta spin you guys around a little bit. Oh, wrong way. Go, that's tighter. Okay, now this is intensely bright. Do a little more adjustment. And now let's go into a new scene that I made for this. That's probably not a great look with the light, huh? I didn't test that part before. Let's flip this back the other way. Oh my gosh, I just flashed myself really bad. And let's use this backup light I have back here. And then one more change. I'm gonna flip this. Let's see, transform. So now you can basically see what I see. So now let's talk about what we want to do with this G502. First off, what are the issues with it? I don't like these rubber grips because they are impossible to clean and they wear down. If you take a look here, that nasty gray color, ooh, yeah, you can definitely see it there, right? Like, it's supposed to be this color that's here towards the front of the grip, but it takes on this yellowy gray color after you've been using them for a while. And I have tried everything I can think of to try and clean that off. It doesn't come off. Same thing unfortunately applies to the white plastic pieces. You can see some discoloration there as well. And there's just nothing you can do to keep this white mouse clean. So lesson learned, I will never buy a white mouse again. I will always buy either black or gray. Something that hides all the finger scum that gets left on it. The other issue that this has is it is quite heavy. Most mice nowadays are going for a much lighter setup, especially if you look at like the FPS focused mice and the ones that are geared towards competitive play. They're much lighter than this. And the lightest G502 that is available is the wired one, and that's 89 grams. This one, the i2 wireless, is 77 grams. So I want to cut down on the weight. I want to get rid of the rubber, but I like the ergonomics for the most part. The one part I don't like about it is the lack of any kind of pinky rest. I find that when I'm using this, I tend to kind of drag my pinky along, and that can cause excess friction that makes my aim inconsistent. So I want to modify this G502X to fix all of those issues. So to start, we're going to take this apart. Well, actually, let's go through and do our design doc. That's what this paper's here for. And that's why I flipped the camera so that you guys can see as I write what I write. So for our modifications, we want no rubber grips. But by default, because I want to make it so that people can install a rubber grip as an option. Second, we need to maintain all the current controls. So you have these two buttons by your index. We need to keep those functional. We need to keep these thumb buttons on the side functional, as well as the sniper button. Still need to be able to tilt this side to side, and need to be able to click it and scroll. And then I do plan on making a fully wireless setup in the future. So it needs to still incorporate space for a power play implementation. I want to include multiple battery options, which will come down into making an adjustable geometry so that you can downsize the battery if you so choose to save on weight. I want adjustable freewheel dampening. Oh, and I made a mistake. I said dampening. I want adjustable freewheel damping. Just goes to show even the best of us make mistakes. So what I mean by that is this it's kind of gimmicky, I'll be honest, but it has this freewheel mode where you can toggle off this ratcheting mechanism and then the scroll wheel will just go and go and go. Unfortunately, it's kind of useless like that, because what I find is it's very hard to stop at a consistent interval. I don't know if there's a great way I can show that, but you'll always have a little bit of movement after you let go of the scroll wheel, because the friction between your fingertip and lifting off is enough to cause it to move just a little bit. And so usually what I'll end up doing is, like, let's say I'm at the bottom of a Reddit page, I'll scroll up and then stop it with the clutch here. I like the smoothness of this, and you won't get that with other designs, but I want to add some damping to it so that it will perform like a normal scroll wheel, just be a little smoother. So I'm willing to give up this feature if it means a more practical scroll wheel. We also want a pinky wing, but I know that most people don't really care about a pinky wing, so I'm going to make it optional. I want to reuse the buttons and hardware wherever possible, meaning the actual actuator bits here, or the pieces that press on the switches on the inside. And there's going to be a bunch of teeny tiny screws on the inside too that I'd like to reuse. But basically, I can't make these kind of high gloss pieces without significant work, and they are pretty robust, durable plastics. So if they're there and I'm going to end up with a very similar construction, might as well try and reuse them, right? We need a significant weight reduction. And finally, we need to retain button customization. So this has, again, I think it's kind of a gimmick, but it comes with multiple button options. This is the default one, and I've never felt a need to use anything different. So you can either block out this button entirely with a blank, or you can insert different buttons to give you either a shorter or longer reach. You can also take the same one and flip it around. It's symmetrical across 180 degrees, so you can give it like a little bit longer throw, and if you had a gargantuan hand, you could palm grip it more and grab it that way. Again, I've got princess hands, so I just leave it by default. Grab it there. All right, so these are our goals. This is what we hope to achieve. Now we need to work towards getting there. So I've got my precision screwdriver kit. And this is just a cheap one off of Amazon. It seems to be pretty nice. I've really liked it so far. Not sponsored or anything. But it's a pretty complete package, so I like it. One of the frustrating things that mice manufacturers do is they always put the screws that you need to access underneath the Teflon feet. So there's no way you can take apart a mouse without screwing up the feet. And Logitech in particular, they use like Teflon that is designed to fall apart. So hopefully we can kind of preserve it. But I'm not very optimistic. Though it might be doing a little better than... Oh, nope, this one split. Spoke too soon. This one sucks. I think essentially what it is they use kind of a padded adhesive. So the adhesive actually makes up the majority of the thickness, and then they just use a little slice of Teflon. Compare that to these custom dots that I put on myself on this i2 wireless. The Teflon is quite a bit thicker, and the adhesive is not the same kind of padded material. It's just a adhesive film, more so. And even the stuff that it came with was more Teflon than adhesive. This stuff, Logitech Teflon sucks. There's no way around it. And in the words of Charles White, you bet your sweet Bippy there's going to be one under here too, I bet. Guess not. Okay. Need to really make sure I'm staying in frame. Okay, so what do we got? Teeny tiny Phillips head screws. You will do. Oh, it comes with this little, came with this little magnetic mat, which I really actually like. I've been using it for projects a lot already. Looks like so far they are all the same size screws for the exterior, which is nice. We've got this last one up by the USB-C port. Should come apart. Whew. All right. So, got some very delicate ribbon cables we need to release. I think that's for the RGB. Got the battery. Got the Hero microcontroller. I think we've got some unpopulated pads here. Not sure what those would be for. These red and... Okay. Let's see. Now I need to get it to a point where you guys can see a little better. Hey, look at that. What a professional setup. Okay. These red and black cables. Actually, I've got a better pointing device. Got some nice tweezers. Okay. This is for the power play module. The power play module actually does all of its calibration on the puck. So all it does is it sends power to the mouse, which makes me hopeful for some future modifications, but I can't detail those yet. But they're not for this mouse, actually. This is one of those lift up ones. Yes. Okay. Lift up gate 2. Yes. Okay. All right. So now we've got the PCB, or the main PCB, fully decoupled from the rest of the mouse. Interestingly, compared to the previous generation of G502, what I remember is that there was one PCB. In this case, it looks like there is a couple layers spread throughout the shell of the mouse. This one has our Hero microcontroller. What else do we got here? Probably a lot to do with power delivery. So we're definitely stepping into a realm of electronics where I don't really know what I'm looking at. We do have the on and off switch mounted on the bottom there. But it looks like all the control PCB is still in the body of the mouse. what's holding battery in? I'm gonna undo this gate while these ribbon cables are going to be the death of me. This is probably why I haven't seen too many modifications to the G502X yet. These ribbon cables are notoriously delicate, and they used a lot of them. I never thought I'd say this, but I think that this is much less operable than the original G502 and the 502 Hero. But I think some of this is actually going to make my job of modifying this a little easier, because I think I'll probably be able to reuse this whole middle section and just make the shell lighter to get the weight reduction I'm looking for. Screw type introduced. What else is holding you in? Don't see anything. And otherwise I feel like I'm highly likely to break it. Two. Looks like that might be holding some stuff in. Okay, so that bit moving there is the thumb button for the side. It's connected to this piece, which is connected to this off-white piece via a screw terminal, or not terminal, but a screw hole there, probably there. So those are not my friend. don't think I can get access to the screws by ripping off the rubber. I don't think that that would help. I don't see anything that is holding this together. Well, you know what? There's probably something underneath the battery, huh? I bet that's where they hid the last one. I think this is just adhesived on. Yep. You can hear it. Whew. Look at this cute little battery. How big are you? 500 milliamp. So I also got this guy. This is a precision scale. So this battery weighs 10 grams. Also going to keep a working dock going for this with my tablet here. And when you're measuring very small amounts like this, you want to take an average. So I'm going to do 3 measurements. Kind of weird. Seems like it's climbing each time. Why is that? Okay. Just a run of 3, maybe. So we can definitely save some weight with the battery, going with a simply smaller cell. I'm going to be doing some other scale measurements. It's just over here, but probably won't show those because you guys have all seen a scale, right? Okay, now I can keep tearing this thing apart. That revealed several additional screws. Oh. Half turn. Deeper ones. There's always a shocking number of screws inside these mice. I remember this from doing my first G502 mod. I was able to save a few grams just by removing the screws that they didn't feel were necessary. The end result, I didn't feel like I lost much rigidity or structure, but just knowing that those screws were out maybe had a placebo effect where it's like, oh man, this thing is so much lighter. Okay, looks like my food is here, so I'm gonna go grab that real quick. Or chicken's healthy, right? All of a sudden, this turned into a mukbang channel. Oh, I tell you what, I am starving. I had breakfast, and then I kind of just focused on getting ready for this the rest of the day and doing homework, so So this is from a place called Raising Cane's. There's a lot of hype over the cane sauce. I think it's just fry sauce with black pepper in it. Like quite a bit of black pepper, but I don't know. I don't see what the major hype is. It's not like certainly not life changing. Looks like we got 3 people on YouTube, 1 person on Twitch. Taking a quick break so I can eat, but we'll get right back into this G502 mod in just a minute. I think the 1 person on Twitch is probably just Will's. But I appreciate you keeping them both open. Helps the channel. No napkins. Thank you, Raising Cane's. Okay. Thanks for your patience. Let's get back into it. Okay. I don't know if you guys can see those, if I can get enough light in there, maybe. But there are some more screws tucked inside there that might be holding this in. Feels like the buttons have come fairly loose. Let's try taking the mid plane out. Feels like we're still stuck on something. All right. Let's cheat a little bit. Let's see if iFixit has a guide for this. Plenty for the older G502s. I don't see that they have one for the G502X. Maybe... I think that's the older one, though. Yeah, that's the older one. Let's take a look, though. Maybe there will be some similarities. Looks like with the Lightspeed, they did go with the multi-stack PCB 2. So let's see. How did they... Maybe I'm just remembering it wrong, because I do remember seeing a PCB that looked like what we just saw there. Move LED cover. And do they seriously have one? Feels like something's definitely holding that on there. Where is it being held on at? Feels like there's definitely something. That's probably a screw right there. I mean, that looks like an injection port. But it feels like there is a screw post right in this area. Trying to remove this translucent gray piece. I think that might have some other hints buried under it. It's got these little tabs. It's got this little tab across the front here too. Jeez. It's like they don't want you to take this apart or something. One more screw I'm missing. How do I get to you? You know, Provoke Prawn, he's done a lightning mod on his. Let's see if he's got the video that can help me.
Well overgrown. Oh, it's close. Cat is exactly the same design as the Lightspeed, got the same kind of mount screws. Back plate come off? No, it's one piece. Let's see, one piece.
Yeah. It's one piece, but how do you tell me how to take it apart?
In the bottom lead.
Let's take those screws out. Oops. Okay, so he gets this lever off. We can do that. Oh hell. All right, I think we might have found the issue. Look at that. 2 more screws hidden underneath the lever for Now, do I have... This one's definitely too big. This one might work. The only way I think I can get to that is by literally reaching through this screw hole. Oh, Logitech. You funny people. Yep, no shot. Too big. I can maybe get it with this flat head. Not ideal, but gotta do what you gotta do. Haha. You got it spinning. Huh. This piece of plastic is not actually connected. So this one back here is not actually connected to this mouse button. Because if I wiggle the mouse button, you can see it's not moving by the same amount. I can hold it stationary, and that piece underneath it is the one that's moving around. But that's another clue. There's probably one under here. You got another step for me, Prawn?
We have to dig into here, these two holes. Cut out, you take his main switches out first. Put the main button out.
Oh, he was able to just do it? Let's reach down into there then. Oh, yep. Okay, if you give it the right leverage, you can get it out of there. Ah, okay. Gee whiz. So that was for the index buttons. Holy cow. And look at that. More screws. Thankfully, those ones look a bit easier to get to, so I don't need to... Oh my gosh, I just knocked it off the desk. Okay, back in business. Acting like that's the last one. Ooh-wee. Oh man. So here we have the whole mid assembly of the Logitech 502X. They make some interesting choices with their component selection. Instead of a typical rotary encoder, this mouse wheel uses an optical sensor. And you can see that guy right there, I believe, is the infrared LED that communicates with that little black box there, which is an IR receiver. And basically, when you spin this wheel, it blocks and reveals the sensor. And so scrolling up and down is actually counting how many times one of those little tiny spokes moves past the optical sensor. Pretty unique to this style of mouse and the other Logitech mice that have the freewheel function. But by doing it that way, they have the option of eliminating the friction that would typically come from the rotary encoder, which is how they're able to get the super smooth movement out of it. Unfortunately, it's almost a little too smooth, which is why I want to add some damping to it. Now this is interesting. That right there is a torsion spring. And what are you connected to? Actually, I don't see that it does. What do you do? Okay, there's one under both of the main switches. Oh my gosh, you know what I think that is? I think that might be... Okay, let's put this guy back on. I gotta confirm a theory. That's adjusting. That's how they're minimizing travel. That little spring gives it a little bit of a downward deflection by default, which keeps it closer to the switch, so it doesn't have to travel as far for an actuation. That's clever. It's going to be a pain in the butt to mimic. Let's take out the rest of these screws so that we can take out the RGB diffuser. I think I see another screw in there. How do we get to you? I think this has to come out. I can somehow pull out a gun in an armistice zone and shoot someone. I've had that happen a couple times. Never at a point where I could actually get into some trouble with it. Unfortunately, would have been fun to cause some chaos. I don't get what this guy's stuck on. It's like it really just doesn't want to release from that screw post. Let's try this pry tool. I think it's seriously just friction there. Come on. Oh. Get it? Oh, wow. So I would like to reuse this whole piece probably, because this already has the tension figured out for me for 3 buttons on the side. And if I can reuse this, then I will get to keep the customization of this button, because that's where a thumb button attaches. So probably want to keep that. Shot a guy's foot, then decided that was too neat for my taste. What a trooper, Wills. The high honor path, right? Okay. So there's actually several PCBs in here. These 3 buttons are the side buttons. So these are the upper ones, and then this is your DPI throttle or your sniper button. Just itty bitty micro switches. These larger ones are your main clickers. So these are the ones that are actuated by your index and middle finger. We have an additional micro switch underneath the DPI switch, or the DPI button. That's never what I use it for, but that's what it is by default. And then the ratchet mechanism is built into the scroll wheel assembly. So it should be pretty easy to keep this. The way that it works is when you press it to activate the ratchet, it allows this spring to move into those gear teeth on the scroll wheel. And that spring getting pushed out of the way is what gives you that clicky feeling. When you actuate it again to release it, now that spring is held totally out of the way, which allows it to freewheel. So, it's a cool mechanism. Let's take these top screws out. We go. That red switch is your. Oh, that's interesting. It's a Kale switch. The rest of these are Omrons, which is typically what Logitech goes with for all of their default ones. Or it's like their default switch provider, but I mean, you can see all of these are Omron brand. But this one right in the middle is a Kale switch, which I think is actually what I changed my original G502 to use. And this RGB PCB looks to just be adhered onto the plastic. So as long as I'm careful, I should be able to just move it. Been farming the Pyro destroy server ships. Yeah, Connie is a little overpowered for all of the fight for Pyro stuff. But that 455 payout is indeed very nice. So I'm just using this spudger tool to slide it around underneath that adhesive. Pry it up a little bit at a time. You can see each of those white lines on that little ribbon cable. It's not actually a reflection, it is a bend mark for this very precisely fit RGB PCB assembly. And then it has all these indexing pins to make sure it goes in exactly the right spot. Ooh-wee. Sorry, I thought I was showing you what I'm looking at. Apparently I wasn't. This is the breakout PCB for the side buttons. Teeny tiny. Sensibly, it does fit on your thumb because your thumb is supposed to be able to access all these buttons. It's just odd seeing it in this reduced size without all of its added components. I think we can see the final screws though that are holding this guy on. Oh, you know what? Let's take this out. Did a similar thing on the older generations. The scroll wheel obscures a couple of these. I'm glad I... Okay, right there on the front. I don't think I can get those in focus because of how thin they are. Right here is a little teeny tiny spring. There's one on the other side too. That's what gives you your tension for the side movement of the scroll wheel. So when you move it side to side, those springs help center it. Now, interestingly, it's Okay, all right. Let me see how to do this. Which I think this is the same as it was on the G502. It's just been such a long time since I modded that one, and I never made any video of it, so I don't have anything to go back and watch for reference. But you have this crossbar that holds this switch down, and it pops out. Now we have the mechanical piece of our scroll wheel. Let's take those springs out. And now you can see the 3 buttons that the scroll wheel controls. There's this one here on the front. Use the tweezers to focus that you guys can see the actuation. There's a button there. There's a button here. And there's a button here. And that is your side scroll and your middle click. So a certain generation of the G502 had some Omron switches that would go bad. That happened to be one of the generations that I owned. I think it was my hero model. And so you would have to disassemble it to this point so that you could replace the main switches. Major pain in the butt. All right, thanks for hanging out, Wills. So here you go. This is all your main buttons for your mouse. Hard to believe that all of the mouse can be reduced. Like if we look at just the electrical components, take all the plastic out. Is your mouse. Whew. And all these other parts are just mechanical linkages, filling up the space inside your palm. So we should be able to trim out quite a bit of weight from this. There are a few pieces of the original shell that I want to reuse, like the diffuser. Pop that out easily. Because this is a pretty nice translucent plastic that would be difficult to replicate. Oh, there's one. Of course, there's another screw. Looks like it's actually 2 layers of plastic that make up this diffuser. That's kind of interesting. It does give a really nice effect. It's got just this really nice soft glow. do I get you out of there? Oh, okay. It looks like this might be overmolded onto the white. See how tight that seam is? So it might not be possible to reuse the diffuser as much as I wanted to. Here's one layer of the diffuser. So I think we can reuse that. Yeah, it looks like this other piece is overmolded into the white bit of plastic. So I don't think this is coming out. Just assembling this. Ew. Gross. Look at that. That was in the bottom of the mouse. That's gross. So this little translucent piece of plastic is not making a perfect seal with the bottom. Trying to is the question. Put it back in place. No, it is not. You can see that there's a, I don't know if you can see in the camera. Well, you can a little bit. There is a gap between the bottom of that translucent piece and this white plastic. So for our redesign, maybe we can make that a little better. The important part, though, is of course that the sensor itself is protected. That's what that guy does. And this right here is your power switch. You know, that switch right there. Power. And basically, this guy rides on that. And just moves the lever. So, dead simple. Talk about like the smallest resistors you've ever seen. See those guys? 2 resistors right there. Part of what makes working on these electronics so scary is if you knock one of those off, it's not going to work. And you might have no shot of ever even seeing the pad you knocked off. And then the power play hardware is really just super simple. It's just 2 metal contacts and a connector. Well, pretty strong magnets. Those are quite powerful and good for their size. Our little USB dongle. So there you go. One fully disassembled G502X. Oh boy. This is going to be one heck of a project. Now we need to think about what parts of the original do we want to keep around. I think a very strong argument could be made for keeping probably the majority of this mid shell. And I think the areas where we'll really want to improve are going to be more with reducing the weight of the upper and lower shell. Jeez. Don't drop things, Odd Job. That's not how you're going to keep this thing working. Shoot, now I can't tell how it went. I think it goes something like this. So, let's see. I think maybe the best way to go about this would be to make an assembly of just the middle portions, and then build a shell around that. We keep all of this. What kind of weight budget do we have? Okay. 40.38 grams for, let's add that on too. Oh, we need these cables too. Shoot. And I said I wanted to keep this guy to 45.3. This is a necessary piece too for the scroll wheel. Okay, starting weight is 46.25 grams. So that gives us a budget if we're trying to beat or if we're trying to match the glorious Model i2 wireless. That means we have 30 grams of weight to play with. That's a pretty tight budget. If we skip out on RGB, say just half a gram. But we might have to skip out on it anyways, even though it would be cool to reintegrate it. This guy was 10 grams, right? Yeah, just a little over 10. Move that up just a little bit. Maybe you can read that. Yeah, squint your eyes, you can. Just this guy. Yeah, that's a chunky boy. That's 23 grams there. $14 grams. 13 grams. Okay. Well, let's partially reassemble this to try and see if we can make a thing out of the middle pieces. So I think this is where I'm going to be really glad that I recorded all of this, because there's a lot of screws here and I cannot remember which one went where. I think this PCB though was held down by these wider head screws, so I'm gonna roll with that. Here we go now. Entertain us. Okay, well that's not the right screw. It's not grabbing. It's probably this guy. Trying not to have my hands shake too much. This is so stressful. PCB down here in the front. This is the part that can really suck when you're working on one of these guys. Thankfully, I do have these titanium tweezers this time around, which hopefully will make it easier by not being magnetic. Actually, I don't know. What if I just get this first try? Wouldn't that just be so cool? I did. Woo. Then we slide in this little crossbar. Now that won't go anywhere. Now let's put side buttons back on. Ahoy in chat! How are you guys doing? Looks like we've got 3 people on YouTube. Welcome. These parts are so small. Makes them makes me very nervous that I'm gonna screw something up. Shouldn't jinx myself. We're gonna be fine. There's no problem here. So that's the side buttons back on. And I swear there were some mounting holes that held this onto this mid-plane as well. But now I'm not so sure. If I did keep this bottom piece, it doesn't want to snap on for some reason. Let's see here. It's hitting. chewing back together. Like it doesn't want to snap back onto those screw posts. Put the screw back into the bottom of the scroll wheel because it's accessible right now. Can you guys tell what's going on here? are some tab features. On one side. You can see you have to kind of like rock it in. So it does go back together, but there's not like any, feels like there's not any direct physical connection between the mid body and and that bottom PCB. Which is a little unfortunate because I was hoping to make this easier by just using the mid body to hold everything together, but I don't think that that's going to be as easy as I thought it would be to do, because this is where it sits and it is just kind of loose there. Doesn't mean it's impossible. I think we can still get away with it. Maybe what I do is I just use like a thick adhesive pad between the two and just sandwich them together. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. This is not going to be easy though. Trying to see if there's any easy reference points that hold these pieces together, but I don't see that there is. Okay, so this center hole right here matches up with that guy right there. So this goes here, which means that when we flip this over, middle hole lines up like that. Which means that it kind of balances, or this rib here, right there, is a standoff for this PCB. And I think this hole matches up with this post here. Seems right. I mean, maybe what we could do with the bottom plate is, in the process of altering this, we can lighten the original as much as we can, see how much of a gain we get from that. We might end up wanting to use the original bottom, and then integrate that with the mid piece here. Let's try and set that up. If we were to do that, wasn't it? That would have it be something like that. That there. I do like the pre-tensioning mechanism that they have to hold the mouse clicker levers down. So we might want to like cut this section out and keep those. I also feel like we're starting to get to a point where we're trying to keep too much of this thing, and that's not going to make our weight reduction very possible. How much am I willing to keep for aesthetics at the cost of the project integrity? shouldn't be too hard to duplicate those features either if we resin printed them. I should be able to get good enough resolution on those on a resin printed part to be able to make those myself. These go. Oh, screwed it up. Oh. Is you connect to again? You connect to the top shell. You go right there. It's kind of a cool look on its own, isn't it? Kind of a more exposed look. And there's your DPI button. So you could probably cut a lot of the plastic back here off without losing anything. I think what they must have planned is they might have planned to use slightly longer screws here, because it looks like they did make injection features for at least this one to be a screw hole. So maybe it was in some earlier iteration. What part of you guys press? These switches are going to be pretty tough because they are just so small. Whatever geometry you have hitting them has to be like sub-millimeter precision to hit those, which is definitely possible with my resin 3D printer, but the design side is going to make it kind of tough. With this main arm for the left and right click, I think we can get away with cutting off the back piece, which would shave a little bit of weight off, not a ton. I think that just adds a little bit more security to the mounting, but I don't think that it's a big enough feature to really cause me any worry. Because as long as you have that little bit of the living hinge right there, that's all you really need for this. In my previous 502 mod, I did drill holes in the clicker paddles, and I regretted it ever since. It was not a good choice. I will be right back. I'm going to take a bio break. I will return momentarily. little bit cut on my hand, and the hand sanitizer really hurts. I've definitely got some thinking to do about how I want to tackle this. There are a number of things to consider. Every time I do a cut, it's going to make it harder for someone to reproduce it and get the exact same results. So it would be better if, instead of doing cuts, I do things that are more easily repeatable, such as 3D printing a fixture. There is not a lot of context clues built into the hardware that I want to keep to make replicating it super easy, which it's not like Logitech wanted me doing any of this. So it makes sense. It is just a little frustrating. I might need to take a stab at doing some photogrammetry to see if I can get good enough results to make some parts that way. And I'll need to kind of put together some designs that incorporate the detail pieces I want to keep. So there's going to be quite a bit of CAD coming up in the future. But I mean, like, it would be cool to keep this, so that we have something to go over our little indicator light. Maybe there's a way that we can make it light enough where it doesn't cause as much of a weight penalty. But again, I need to balance how much I'm trying to maintain the original aesthetics with how much of a weight reduction we're going to get. I am quite certain, though, that I don't really care about maintaining the ratchet mechanism. But I do want to give myself better damping for the scroll wheels, that the freewheel motion is more usable. So maybe we can figure out a way to take out some of the extra hardware involved with that ratcheting bit. But it might be easier to just cover the button and just ignore its existence. But this is going to be a challenging project. I need to sleep on some of this. So I think for now, I'm going to call it quits here for the night. I've been going on camera for, almost 7 hours. That is a long stream. That is a long stream. So I'm going to call it quits here, and I'm going to do some thinking off camera about how I'm going to tackle the next stage of this project. And we'll probably get a few videos out of this along the way too. Just depends on what ends up being the best way to convey the progress of these mods, I think. But for now, this is Odd Jobber. Oh, wait. Actually, we gotta switch back to main screen. because we got to play our animations. If you enjoyed any of what you saw tonight, feel free to subscribe, like, and share. Helps the channel out a lot. And channel members get a special shout out in each and every stream/video that I do. Orbital Bombardiers and above get this cool little animation. Right now we've got two, John Best and the Prime. So thank you very much for your financial contributions. And if you want to see your name added to that list, get a membership. But until next time, this is Odd Job Entertainment signing off.